Hey, we're a little late, but we are here. Got the Who Spiked the Tea tonight, the living room. We're live, y'all. Our imitates live. Come on, let's go. I'm a filmmaker. I've worked in film, video, and television for over 30 years. I took a little break, but now I'm back. Hello, welcome to another edition of Art Imitates Live with me, Tanya Dixon. Y'all, I said we're a little bit late. There's a lot of stuff to do behind the scenes to get ready, and sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to get ready. But we are here now, and it's time for us to get into all what's happening in the tea. Oh, what's happening in the living room? The living room tonight, this is our Valentine's Day show. Because, Valentine's Day is on Monday. So we're going to do a little celebrating tonight, so to speak. So the subject is, are you love struck with Cupid's arrow? Or are you love stuck in something where you may not want to be? So I can't wait to hear what these people say in the living room tonight. So you know how we do. We're going to go take a break, hear from our sponsor. We'll be right back to kick it all off with Who Spiked the Tea, and just talk to the folks a little bit, see what's been happening this week here on Art Imitates Live. Y'all hold on now. Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon is being sponsored by Tandiland Global, bringing your multimedia dreams to life. Hey, welcome back. Well, y'all, it's about time for me to bring my folks in to see how everything was going on. So everybody go ahead and unmute yourselves and come on in the room. Let's see what's been happening this week for you. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey. It just seems a little surreal, when your week goes so fast. I got to move myself closer. I got to get closer to y'all. But when your week is just like fast, and it's like it's so surreal that you're right here again on Friday night. And I just saw y'all folks just a moment ago, so here we are again. How y'all doing?
We here. It's another day. We here.
It's been a day, last couple of days.
Ain't no grass growing over my feet, so I'm good.
To be honest, man, whatever the hell is going on, it's in the universe. I can tell you that, because it ain't just, if you notice, we all got the same thing, and people I done talked to all week got the same. It's something going on. Maybe the moon and Mars and Jupiter or something, but something ain't right.
I think you're about to see too. We'll talk about that later on. But I think you're about to see too. Everything that we've been talking about, I think you're just about to see it all come through. Yeah. And I think we're hitting upon that time now. So the magical hour, But you know how we do on the show. I like to see how you all's week was individually, what you have going on, and at the end we talk about what you have coming up. So just want to kind of check y'all out. Miss Margo, you right there. Let me go ahead and see how was your week and what you got going on.
Lord.
My week was okay, a little challenging, but I'm fighting through it. Today I spent time trying to get some personal stuff in order, especially the homeowner's woe of something breaking down and you gotta go pay to get it fixed.
Right.
That don't necessarily feel nice, but hey, what it is going on. We need it. So if you got it, God bless me with it to do it. So I'm gonna do it. So that's all.
Right.
There you go.
But yeah, for the most part, I'm still thumbs up.
Cool. Thanks for being here. All right. Miss Bridget, well, you just went mute, but Miss Bridget, are you ready to talk? Lady Be Whimsical?
I'm gonna try to. I keep getting. I have 10 kids in the house, so every 5 seconds somebody's coming in the room.
Right.
This week, I can say it's been very challenging. Had some things happen this week that I didn't quite like. Definitely did not like.
Okay.
But I can say that God is still working. And everything that has happened that I feel like is very bad, it's going to turn around. It's turning around, and it's turning around quickly. So I have some good things going on, had some bad things going on, had some mom things going on, but I'm here.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here.
I'm happy. This is my adult time.
I know that's right. Well, Miss Lady Veronica Joyner, I have to always see what the title is going to be for the week. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what Vivacious V or what we're going to get, but what's going on, Veronica?
Hey, everybody.
What's happening?
My week has been challenging also. Here in LaGrange, in North Carolina, we have a lot of, sickness here, the elderly being sick or whatever, but we had a lot of deaths happening this week, but we always know that God is, don't make no mistakes. So so we're dealing with it. I just come to find out today that my uncle had a stroke, but he's doing wonderful. God is good.
I know that's right.
He is good. He's doing good. He's standing up. He's starting to talk and everything. All he needs. The only thing he asks for now is a lot of prayers.
Okay.
Um,
I get there.
I'm getting my house is getting straightened out. Still getting straightened out. I'm working on it still, and it's a lot of good progress.
Okay.
A lot of good progress.
You know what? I'm sorry. I had to just asked before we're going to Michael, but just this whole grooming thing that's over there in that corner is just killing me. All I hear
them hands is extra.
Oh, man. Hey, look.
Like we actually gonna smell him.
So if you wanted to know why it's important to stay moisturized, then I'm pretty sure y'all can hear all that roughness going on. You know what I mean?
It's cold. Off.
It's cold. I'm sorry. I man, look.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm just trying to. I told you I was. At least I thought I was running behind, but man, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say. You know what I mean? Trying to get from one here to get over here. Dealing with, just life stuff, but then mental stuff, and then just everything. I don't sleep. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't sleep. You know what I'm saying? My eating habits is off. It's just But that ain't, that's it. Like, look here, what you gonna do? You gonna complain about it, or you gonna do something about it? You know what I mean? So, but nah, man, it's been a hell of a week. And then, like I said, it's in the universe because it's been a hell of a week for a lot of people. Let me tell you how this worked, though. And I'm gonna be brief.
All right, go ahead. No, don't be brief. I need the time to go ahead.
Okay. So it's like the beginning of the week was okay. And I think by sometime around by Wednesday, it just started pouring in. You know what I'm saying?
I feel it.
Like it transitioned from everybody was like boom and yeah, and then Wednesday came and the devil and evil spirits and demons or whomever came in and was like, F your couch. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like bow, just hit you. And then, but what I will say is this for, I don't know who all had what and when, but I do know that when it seemed that everything got rough and tough, that people, at least the people I know, and the things I was going through, everybody had an immediate support cast. You know what I'm saying? So that definitely came in handy. And I know some of the situations, you know, myself, a couple of my partners around the, you know, the states, and some of them that's overseas, and it's the type of things that they dealing with can make a person go mad. And with all of the, you know, the it ain't gonna say recent, but like lately they've been kind of doing the whole suicide awareness, and it's been a thing because it wouldn't be a thing if people wasn't doing it, right? But it was just I was glad to see that people had immediate support cast, man, and was able to you know, talk it out, cry it out, hash it out, let it loose, you know, and all that good stuff, man. As far as what I could see and witness within my group of friends and associates. So so there's always a positive speed to it. So even though we all went through that whatever, and maybe still going through it, it's nice to know that you got folks standing by your side.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Tanya, what's been going on in your week, honey?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I always say all the time, you know, I'm going through the storm and the fire, but I know, like I always say, I always thank God for walking through the storm and the fire with me. I know every bit of what's happening with me right this moment, and it's just different challenges that I'm not alone in the whole thing. It gets every once in a while, you know, you start feeling a little worldly, and that's when you get in your feelings. But for the most part, when I stay in the spirit and know that I'm the God with the God, then I'm good, you know. And that's the kind of week that I had. For the most part, it was just very fast and very you know, just working on a lot of stuff. It just seems like I was at Monday, and next thing you know, we're all the way down here to Friday. So that's what it feels like. The whole thing just went in a blur, and I did get a lot of stuff accomplished. I didn't get everything that I wanted to get accomplished, or I wouldn't be behind the scenes doing some of the stuff I'm doing right now. But a lot did happen. And I was able to, you know, establish my mind with some things that I want to see happen. And then as we prepare ourselves for our spring meetings and stuff like that, things started going on with that. We'll talk about that in the after show. Just a lot of stuff is just materializing, and I feel really good about it. I feel like we are experiencing some world changes, and everything is so close. We're like standing right on the edge of so many things materializing. And I'm hoping that this month is the month that we see so many things spoken about, but have yet to be seen. So I'm really hopeful and prayerful that this is the month that we see a lot of things that we've been speaking about on a worldwide basis. And that, you know, we can come in here and start to have some real talks, because maybe some of the censorship that we have been experiencing then will also be gone, or at least limited, and we can speak a little bit more clearly, openly, than we have been able to. So we're hopeful for that. And I hope I haven't triggered any bots to try to take my head off tonight for even saying what I said there, because, you know, we have to be very careful with our words and everything we say. I'm just going to speak on this really quickly, and with reason. Valentine's weekend. And so, you know, of course I want to just, I'm going to kind of want to know how people feel about that. I don't have any real feelings about it, but some people are excited that it's Valentine's weekend. Some people are excited that it's Super Bowl weekend. So I want to talk about that real quickly before we get into some tea. So what about this whole weekend? Anybody got any Valentine's plans? Any Super Bowl game plans? What's going on this weekend? Where should I be?
At home.
I'm just saying, buy me some flowers and do a nice bubble bath or something, and just that's about it. Eat, make my own nice meal, you know, fry up some stuff, and that's about it.
Right.
It's another day to me.
Right. If I recall correctly, wasn't this a date of a massacre? A massacre? What, the St. Valentine's massacre?
St. Valentine's Day massacre.
Yeah, and how it was turned into something totally different.
It's kind of twisted.
Yeah, well, they did the same thing with Christmas and Thanksgiving, so it's pretty much those were horrible days too. Because I understand that Thanksgiving was absolutely horrific, and we ain't talking about no pilgrims or nothing. We talking about some other stuff over here, and Christmas was the Romans and orgies and stuff like that. There was a whole bunch of stuff going on there. So they have changed these holidays to make them what they really wanted them to be. For us to spend a lot of money. So,
yeah, like all the gory stuff. Just forget about it. It didn't. Oh no.
Yeah, a lot of folks got left the body that during that time they left the body. So what?
That's the way whitewashing history. That's what they do. They always write the story. So they whitewash the history to make themselves be the heroes and everybody else the bad guy. And let's just forget about all the deaths that happened, okay?
Right, all the crazy stuff that happened.
To the victor goes the spoils.
Well, I'm be home watching football games by myself. Valentine's Day by myself. No, I take that back. I got the Lord. I take that back. I got the Lord. That is my Lord.
Everything gonna be all right.
The Lord is my Lord.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm like this. What? I want to be loved every day of the week, not just on a holiday. I don't want to be reminded just on a holiday. I want to be loved every day of the week. So one day out of a year is not enough. Sorry.
So I look at it like this here. So as a child, as a kid, you know, we got bought into all of that stuff, trying to go to HEB and get balloons and candy and you know
I took my son today to go get some candy for somebody. I don't know whom. He ain't gonna tell me, but I took it today.
I was working in telemarketing jobs, McDonald's, and everywhere else, so I can go to school and be one of the ones that either receive or give somebody a big old balloon and a big old teddy bear. You know, because when you see that kind of stuff, you're like, man, I wish somebody loved me. Right. So, but then I'm older, I'm grown now. And I'm in a situation where I can do things every day of the week. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to wait for one day. I don't have to, I'm not saying it's for anybody else, but I'm not going to save my dollars and ducats to surprise somebody on a special day when I can surprise them any day of the week when I want.
Amen.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But then when you got to be around romantic people. You know, sometimes for me, I'm not around romantic folks. So
yeah. So when I look at that, so for me, this is. For me, if I was gonna be a penny pincher, this is a bad time of year for me. Because my anniversary, my anniversary tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? And then you're talking about following that up with Valentine's Day. Look here, woman, the love of my life, or you know, all the little terms that people call out there. Because I'm speaking for everybody in a situation like mine. You know, just like the people who have birthdays then a holiday or a holiday then birthday.
Right.
Hey, my kids gonna get the best or whatever. You gonna give your kids what your pockets can afford. What the hell you gonna do? You know what I mean?
You got somebody that go overboard. You got
to go overboard. Yeah. But no, man, it's just one of them things. I get it. People like to get in the spirit, and I ain't stepping on nobody's parade. But for me, it don't just take one day to celebrate, you know, love, life, and happiness, man. We can do that any day of the week. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, I told y'all, was it last week or was it on the chat when we talked about it? You know, Valentine's Day, it's been a hit and a miss for me. Some were good, some were bad. But the one thing that I can't stand, good or bad, I don't like fake. I cannot stand when I used to be at these corporate jobs and these women would have their husbands or boyfriends or significant others to send them something on that day, or they send it to the damn selves so that they could show off. And I didn't like that part because do it every day. do it any day.
You
know,
do
and
it
then
for what?
in February 15th, they be at each other's neck.
Right.
We
So
gotta kill
you
each
know
other.
what? Yes. So
Mhm.
I hope you all out there have a wonderful Valentine's Day week, and I hope it is a real one, because like I said, I can't wait to get to the subject tonight. Are you love struck? Or are you love stuck? But in the meantime, we're about to go to Who's Back the Tea. So we're going to run this for you Valentine's Day people. Hopefully you'll be here with us, and happy Valentine's Day too. Well, that was for y'all. That was the only thing we got for y'all. And that was it. Now, welcome to Who Spiked the Tea. Y'all ready?
Love is in the air.
That's all we have.
The love boat, dear.
That's how you get.
Yeah. You see how you have to, when you do that, you got to expand the, you got to, you know what I mean? Yeah, come on, there we go. Let me see here. Love is in the air.
I wish we could play the song, but you can't play the song because you get in trouble, Well, you know what? Maybe next time. So at the end of this, I'll do it a few more times for the lovers out there. I'll make sure to play it the Valentine's Day again over and over for the lovers. And you know what? I wish Rick was here, because I damn sure have a picture. I got every time he says something I don't like, I'm gonna put that damn picture up where he was standing there like that. You wait. Every week I'm gonna do it. Every week I'm gonna do it. But you know what? Welcome to Who Spiked the Tea. You know something, y'all? This week, we've been waiting to see what was going to happen with Miss Eve, the rapper Eve. She's now officially a mom, and she gave birth this week. You know, her and her husband, Maximilian Cooper, they gave birth to a baby boy. His name is Wild Wolf Fife Alexander Summers Cooper. He's got a hell of a name. And I'm really kind of concerned about that Wild Wolf thing, but you know what I'm saying? they got something in their mind that they had to name that child Wild Wolf. Had to mark that child like that Wild Wolf. But
they marked him.
Yeah. You know that she has stepchildren, you know, because Max he's a race car driver. Y'all know that. He has children. He has I don't know, his oldest was his old now. His oldest is Lotus 19, Jagger 17, Cash is 15, and Minnie is 13. So to have little Wild Wolf in the house, they got babies there again. So that's kind of cute. You know, that's kind of cute. And you know what? Of course, that's why we've been seeing Eve missing from the show Queens, because she wanted to give birth for her baby and probably spend some time with her baby. I just wonder, will she return to the show? What do y'all think?
As a mom, I know that being away from a newborn baby is very hard.
Put up there.
If she can do it, more power to her, but I don't foresee that. Not the first baby. Maybe in a few years.
Right.
Maybe in a few years. The first few years of a baby, especially of the firstborn, is very special. And so mommies, if you can be away from the workforce, it's really important for the baby's development to be home with that baby for at least the first 5 years.
Right.
So I don't really foresee her going back.
Yeah, and I think they kind of left the door open by pretending to kill her off. They left the door open for if she does want to come back, but I guess that she does have that decision as to whether she wants to go or come. So, you know, we wish her the best, you know. So we'll move on to our next story. Hopefully we can keep moving it kind of fast tonight, but I know I see some areas already, some stories that we're going to get stuck on, because I know I'm going to get stuck on it. But check this out. Terence Howard. Okay. You know, Terence Howard is accused of refusing to answer questions about an alleged attempted extortion. Now, let's get into this. Terence Howard is accusing him of screwing over producers on a film meant to raise money for cerebral palsy. According to the court documents obtained by Radar, the producers of the 2021 film Triumph, who are suing the actor and his wife, Mira, are demanding that the court order Howard to sit for a deposition. Now, producers claim that they have properly served Howard with notices on his depot and that he failed to make himself available. They're asking the court to order him to show up for sanctions in the amount of $5,100. Howard accuses the producers of trying to pass him with the deposition, and the judge has yet to rule in the matter now. They say this legal drama has been going on for several months. You know, Howard is the star of the film. It was inspired by a determined high school senior who strives to be a wrestler once, you know, in spite of having cerebral palsy. And so the film is released in select number of theaters back in April, but the producers accused Howard of blocking it from being released worldwide because he agreed to film for 7 days in exchange for 15% of the profits, and he also agreed to donate 5% of the salary to Cerebral Palsy Foundation. But in the suit, that the producers claimed that he agreed to the role and he started causing trouble. They say that he demanded an additional $75,000 K for days before production started, and the producers ended up paying him the money to avoid it. While on the set, they accused refusing to sign the written contract. So they got a whole thing going on. Has anybody heard about this? You know, I'm
This is first for me.
Has anybody heard about this?
For me.
Yeah, it's kind of like something I hadn't really heard much about either. You know, kind of that's why I wanted to bring it up, because you know they're doing a good job of not making it so center stage, I would have to say. You know,
Yeah.
because
it sounds like it turned into a real Lucius Lyons. He's really becoming that character in real life. But
that was my first thought, truthfully.
Yeah, like I hope you get it together, man. Like, you know how they say, man.
Man, you love to say, man.
I hope you get it together, man. Come on, man.
Right. Oh man, the producers are suing for damages in excess of $1 million, and so whatever goes on, you know, they're doing a good job of keeping it a little bit on the hush. So that part is good, because you know people, they form a lot of opinions, especially when you're talking about a film, you know, like a conscious film, when you're dealing with a charity, a charitable organization, and in a condition, you know, like that. So I'm just kind of wondering how that's going to turn out. We'll keep our eyes on it and see what does happen with that whole situation. But we're going to move on to yet another story. You know, something, I'm going to save this one story that I have. I'm going to say this one story about Cardi, because it really involves me too. So I'm going to, me as in Tanya, living here, you know, in Atlanta. You know, still, I have not finished, before I go any further, I have not finished with the Janet Jackson documentary. I'm doing a little bit at a time, because I just don't have time to sit down for 4 hours worth of TV. So has anybody else been watching it along the way?
I haven't had a chance to yet.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm ashamed, but I need to try to check it out. I've seen like little clips and stuff about it in the news, but haven't started.
Yeah. I think they're doing a really good job. And one thing that I really like, also, I'll say this before going any further, what I like is that a lot of the questions that we may have had about the whole family and the discipline of Joe is answered a whole lot there. But there's some other things which I can't talk about on the air, I tell y'all behind the scenes, that I have heard that naturally are not mentioned on the whole thing there. But that whole discipline of how Joe was and how he really got them out there is something that they really talked about a whole lot. And it was really because I've seen the whole first parts 1 and 2, and I'm on part 3 now. And I never knew some of the real deep parts about what really went on more with her and James. And you know, she denied the baby thing, but I didn't know that the whole drug thing that she knew the whole time that they were married, and she was trying to do that whole marriage to James DeBarge for for her independence from her father, because she was trying to gain independence from her father. Hell, she could have hit me and I could have told her about all them damn DeBarges. All she had to do was call me and I tell her that what was going on about the DeBarges, because I'm telling you, Mama DeBarge was working with a friend of mine. And my friend, they were trying to get me to work on the documentary, do a movie. And I remember Mama DeBarge, I've talked to her a couple times, and they actually sent me the book, and it wasn't very well written at all. And I read the book, and I looked at it, and I was like, oh my God, the things that have happened in this family. A lot of people don't know how deep that dark hole was.
Yeah, it's dark. It's dark.
Yeah. And Mama, being that it was a book instead of TV, she told even more stuff that I was like, I was just traumatized. Every time I had to pick up the book, because my friend Alvis would hit me and she'd be like, did you watch me? Did you finish the book? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to finish it. It was just so traumatized that I had to, read it at different times there. And it was not a long, big book, but it had just so much. And I said,
you
my God.
Was like, do you really want to put that out there? Like, are you sure?
That's what I'm saying. And at that time, Elle was locked up and they were waiting for Elle to get out of jail, but they didn't have the funding for the movie. They kind of wanted me to put something in there. And it was at a time when no one was going to pick that story up. And I'm so glad that other shows came along that did behind the scenes stuff for free, like, not like a movie situation for the theaters, not like a movie theater, because it's not something for theaters, you know what I'm saying? But I love the way, what's the name of some of those shows where they do the behind the scenes that come on, like VH1 and others, some of those behind the scenes type thing. I like unsung ones like that. I'm glad that shows like that came along.
Yeah.
They have done a wonderful job highlighting folks like that, because I'll tell you that DeBarge story, it'll make you jump off the side of the roof, because it was off the chain, really off the chain. But with that whole Janet thing, you got to watch it, because you learn a lot. You learn a whole lot, and then at the same time, you have to take your brain to the other side of the whole page. If you think that for 1 minute that they got to the levels that they got without some darkness, then you fooling yourself there too. So it's both things that you have to look at. But let's move on. Let's move on. This lady keeps ending up in the news a lot, and that's Wendy Williams, man. Every week when I look, there is another story about the whole Wendy stuff. It's just over and over, because I think that nobody fully knows what is going on or what is going to happen. And I believe that we have a lot of speculation that goes on. And this article is Wendy Williams' absence from her show has led to speculation about her return. They're saying that her absence from the airways has been hard for fans to cope with over the last recent months. Wendy's absence has been, of course, it's been quite extended, and many are wondering if she's ever going to return. So, the show was delayed back then. Of course, we know it was delayed starting up because of COVID, and then, but the initial delay was 4 months ago, and then now a slate of hosts who, of course, we've seen it. Leah Remini, Whitney Cummings, of course, Michael Rappaport. This week was Remy Ma in and we've had Sherry Shepherd, and we've had Kim Whitley and Finesse. Several different ones that have jumped in. It's really kind of doing this, but people are starting to wonder if this show is going to make it back at all.
Right.
I think I've asked you all before. Do any of y'all watch Wendy?
I watch it, but I mean, I still have no clue what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I still have no clue. They do her format the same way she'll do it, and everything, but they don't really talk about whether she's coming back.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody should ask Wendy how she doing.
Right.
It don't look like
No, Mike, you said it wrong.
you
You said it wrong. I'm finna make all y'all laugh. Somebody
Yeah.
say, how you
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah. You know what I'm
Well, you
saying?
know what? Well, apparently, let me go and run this. Apparently, she ain't doing too well because now the information is starting to surface about fights over finances. Okay, so let's get into this. Let's just see how this goes because, like I say, there's a lot of articles that pop up, and I really believe because everybody doesn't have a lot of information, there is a lot of speculation there. So the article is
It's that time.
fight now for
Yeah, it's
her
that
finances.
time.
Yeah. And so this is cinemablend.com. We're going to give them the credit for this. And so let's get into this real quick and just see if this makes any sense to y'all. According to page 6, which obtained a letter sent to the New York Supreme Court, Judge Arlene Booth by attorney David H. Paff of Wendy Williams Bank, Wells Fargo, the bank is now asking that a hearing be held in order to determine whether or not Williams needs a professional to handle her financial affairs. In the letter, it said, "We are concerned about Williams' situation. It is our hope that the guardianship part of the court will imminently appoint a temporary guardian or evaluator to review the situation and ensure that Williams' affairs are being properly handled." This move was made by Wells Fargo after Williams' former financial advisor, Lori Schiller, claimed that Williams was of unsound mind, leading the bank to cut Williams off from her account. Schiller's action and Williams subsequently being refused her money led to the host's own lawyer, Celeste McCall, to file an emergency petition on her behalf last Friday. Now, the petition alleged that Wells Fargo has denied Williams access, to her account for more than 2 weeks, and noted that she couldn't get into her account's asset statements during that time. So, well, what do y'all think of that before I get to this next part?
2 weeks.
Now they say the woman. Yeah.
I was gonna say 2 weeks from her not being.
Yeah.
So is this her money or is this like for the show? Like,
yeah, it's her money. They've been cutting her off from her own money.
Sound like
I
some
know.
Britney
I'm
Spears
like,
shit.
wow.
That's what I was about to
She
say,
touched
Michael.
her own stuff.
Yeah, sound like some
Same,
Britney
like
Spears
Britney
shit.
Yeah.
That sound like we didn't pay you. This like
Right.
So if you
know how you
So-
feel if your check's short. I mean, just imagine 2 weeks without touching your own
You
stuff.
thought this was your money.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Like, oh man.
if she doesn't have a power of attorney, or like a guardian
Right.
ad litem over her money, she should be in control of her money. So why aren't they
Now you gotta look at all the. I don't know, but you gotta look at if she's in something and maybe she set it up a certain way. But if she don't have a power of attorney and she don't have that, then they probably denying and shutting everything down so that people can't come in and just start taking that shit.
Right.
Depending on your health, you can have a living, what is it called, a living will or something
a
like that.
living will?
You know what I'm saying? It kind of, so you can kind of aid, but I don't know if that's specifically for hospital activity or something else, but she could have it put in place like, hey, if I get sick and everything starts going crazy, shut everything down until I'm all the way out of here. You know what I mean?
That's a little crazy right there.
Nobody gets nothing until I'm gone, and then the policies go into effect. But until then, shut it down.
I kind of feel like, there is a thing where you have to be kind of careful because with all the news and the words flying around and the speculation, I feel like other people can cash in on that and say, you know what, she's crazy. She's gonna, and they could actually come in there and do some things. And so I'm concerned about that.
Hey, we done seen a whole lot from Wendy over the last years, so they don't need her to be in the hospital sick to say she crazy. They done seen all kind of stuff that I'm talking about just from the stuff that happened on the show, the going back and forth with certain cast members and things like that. So they want to call her crazy. They got plenty of stuff.
Yeah, they got plenty of proof.
when she bucked her eyes and then she passed out.
I didn't want to make a joke out of something that may have been a real life.
Well, you know what? The only reason why I'm joking about it is because I remember her talking about a scene. Now, this is what I did not agree with when she did all that documentary and stuff. She controlled every aspect of how everything went out, but all of that stuff was happening for so long. Wendy didn't want it out there. That girl who was with her husband had other pregnancies allegedly, and the only way that everything blew up is that this time the girl said,
No.
How you gonna cut off with the juice, man? How you gonna cut off with the?
I think what it was, what she meant to say is that the girl this time was keeping the kid versus probably aborting it or something previously or whatever.
Take a screenshot. Y'all take a screenshot. Somebody take a screenshot.
I already did.
All right. Hey, look. Whoa, you getting ready to hit us with that's the whole point of who spiked the tea, and you just
I'm sorry, I was gone. I didn't see nothing.
Yeah, we spiked. You fell asleep on live.
Wait a minute. He was waiting for me.
Hey, Tanya, you fell asleep on live.
I was like, hey, cousin.
Oh, your mic. Hey, cousin.
You know what I'm saying? What's going on with you, man? Turn
unmute yourself. Your mic.
Oh, let me unmute him.
Unmute. Okay, you unmuted.
I'm trying to unmute him now.
Oh.
No, I can't.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey.
Yeah.
You were like a whole silent movie just now. Yeah. But it couldn't be no worse than me,
Right, you was stud. You look like you wanted people that be like listening to the pastor in church, and you just
you was asleep.
But the sad part was you did it right when you was finna drop some tea.
Have to tell the biggest part of the news.
Right, and I gotta remember what my thought was.
Man, your thought was that she did it. You said she was.
The
girl wasn't gonna
the
do
whole
something.
Documentary. Yeah, the girl had the pregnancies before, but this last time,
how you doing,
I guess that girl's.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Nice to meet you. I didn't get to meet you last time you was on, so welcome to the show.
Yes, ma'am. It was good to be here.
Oh, keep going out. I keep seeing myself going out. I'm sorry, y'all. But the girl said the last time she like, I'm not getting rid of this baby. So that's what everything happened. Everything had to come out because the girl was like, no, I'm not aborting this baby. And that forced everything out there. So that's why Wendy so delicately controlled every aspect of her documentaries because she wanted it to be from her perspective, not someone else's. So I was like, okay, it was really too contrived and controlled when we're looking at it because we knew she was a wild girl, for those years. And so, and I'm not saying it was like bad or anything, but I really wanted the truth because nobody talking about her in the alley with Method Man and her messing with Biggie. Wasn't nobody talking about none of that. So I'm like, this ain't that real. We still ain't doing the real because we still ain't got all that in this story.
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to do something real quick.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna go so far as back to tell you that Shelton was on, but now that he here, we gonna skip all that. And we're gonna drive on down to our faithful attendant who autocorrect seems to take over at times. I hope you're doing good this week, girl. But no, but she came in and she was basically saying what's happening. But she said, in regards to this topic, she said, funny how the tables are turned. Wendy was doing the talking about, and now she's the one that's being talked about. So have to be careful what you do and say because it could be your turn in the blink of an eye, and she got the big old eyes like this in on the thing in the chat.
Right. Who is that from?
So
I think
that was Shamika. That was Shamika. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for not. Yes. That's why I said our faithful attendant. I'm sorry. Like I said that like somebody knew who that was. Hey, Shamika.
She do me a favor. Go over to the other Facebook and to Twitch, and also while we're on here and hit from Facebook and Twitch, we're gonna try to move those tonight too. Let me go on Twitch myself. Twitch.
What's the Twitch? What's the Twitch?
Okay, let me pull up.
That's another app.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Michael, let me see.
Not a tick. She said Twitch.
Tick, Twitch, same.
Okay,
same thing.
It's a sidebar. Really quick, Miss Dixon, a question for you. You make movies, right?
Yes.
You're a filmmaker. I'm a great actor.
Yes, sir.
I'm a great actor.
Okay.
Just FYI, I just want to throw that out there.
Come on with it. That's what I'm saying. That's where we're going now with I was just telling a friend of mine just probably 2 or 3 days ago. I was like, I want to do my movie. I have like 3, but there's one in particular that I want to do. It's called The Cost of Freedom. Layala, if you're watching live, we keep talking about doing that one. That one is it's not a religious movie, but it has a religious undertone because it's based on the scripture, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? And I would like to do that one because I could pull in actors from, okay, we do have people who are interested in coming on in the film. So, I already got Michael slated in there. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be blocking nobody else. So anybody who wants to, so cousin, come on in. we'll find a place where, but I really want to see the acting skills. I'm gonna put Michael under pressure because I'm really gonna put him somewhere. I want to see if he's going to be able to do that. I think that he can, and because it just takes a chance. And there's some people I could talk to you about in the after show, some of the names that have already said they'd like to work with us, and so that's what we're going to be pushing towards, is to get that done. This is that year. I'm trying to take that project into production. And then we have the 6-in-1 project. So we're trying to get into production this year, and I'm praying let this be the year.
You know what they say about pressure.
Right.
Can bust a pipe. Pressure can bust a pipe, or it can make a diamond.
Right. Okay. Diamonds, all that, and everybody. Okay. I'm dead ass serious. So when I say, come on, I don't want y'all like.
Hold on. Did y'all hear that? She straight did the setup like, so when I say,
hey, come on.
Like,
come on. And they'll be like, I don't want to see none of that. I gotta work. When is it gonna be? Because I gotta do this first. You thinking you could do it later on? No, we're doing it now. So that is something. And I had a friend of mine told me the other day. He was basically saying he was giving me ways to do it if I can't get everything that I want. So that is the project that I am really wanting to move forward with this year. Stay tuned for that.
I'm excited.
All right.
I am too. You excited, Mike?
Come on.
Yeah.
I already see it.
Mike he got range. He can. If it's definitely dealing with religion, I can definitely see him doing it because his daddy a preacher. And he got that preacher voice in him, and he definitely does a great Gerald Levert. Mike, hit that note one time.
Man, if you don't get your ass on here,
he said, if you don't get your I mean,
man. Now
but that's the best right there.
Yeah,
Avatar.
That's
the best.
Don't do that to me, please. Don't do that to me.
I am ready for you.
Miss Veronica, it is Valentine's Day is coming. Rest in peace.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, rest in peace to Gerald. So while we talking about him, rest in peace.
Please, rest in peace.
Yeah,
that is one of my favorite singers.
Yeah, and that's what like when we talk to what's our friend to the show, Joe Tolliver, Dave Tolliver. When we talk about our friend to the show, Dave Tolliver, you know, Jill Levert discovered them,
Right?
And I was like, what was that like? I got a chance to say it like that. What was that like? You know, but it was a favorite. Definitely a favorite. And I'm going to say one more thing about the whole Wendy situation. This part is a little crazy to me. Okay, first of all, let me ask you all, on all the different hosts and people who have come in Wendy's absence, who has been your favorite? I'll say that first before I say what I had to say.
Sherry Shepherd.
Remy Ma and Fat Joe.
You like them? Okay. Right.
I'm gonna tell you the one I seen somebody went on there and gave her the business. I forgot who it was. I'm talking about they specifically came on the show. It wasn't Candace Owens, was it? Somebody came on that show and gave her a business. It was like, you always the one on here. Was it the Brat? I think it was the Brat went on there and went at her.
Cardi B or somebody.
Right.
No, I think it was the Brat. No, I think it was the Brat. I think the Brat went on there and was like, nah, like, hold up, sis, and was like giving her the business.
Oh, I think because she was saying like the Brat tried to hit on her or something.
Something like that, Hey, that was the one.
Oh,
You did kind of check her on that. And that was just like, you know, Wendy has to watch her mouth. So she did kind of check her on that, you know. But I think it was still all love. This tripped me out right here. Now, Shelton, we have our favorite host is Sherry Shepherd, but now they're saying Sherry Shepherd does not have Wendy's blessing to take over the talk show permanently. The ailing host is extremely jealous, and this is, you know, what's being said. NEWSBREAK.com, give a shout out to them. They're saying that Wendy is not happy about anyone else filling her shoes, and it was announced on Tuesday, February the 8th. Sherry Shepherd, who has been acting as a fill-in host on the Wendy Williams show, will be taking over as a permanent guest host.
Real quick.
The ratings went up. The ratings went up without Wendy, and Sherry did that. That's why Wendy don't like it.
It's some finger tapping going on somewhere.
Yeah.
Who is that? Y'all don't hear it?
I do hear it.
It ain't me.
It ain't me.
Sound like some rats. Sound like some rats or mice is running around somewhere. What's going on?
That's why I keep hearing it too. So there's a mouse in here just typing to us.
Yeah, you see that? Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
It's them people, they listening.
They listen.
Typing every word we say it.
I do hear it.
I hear it too.
It's a
stenographer.
So do anybody got multiple devices on? Cut the volume down on one of them.
Me. Not me.
Like
anybody got anyone anywhere near them that is typing? Anybody anywhere near typing? It is picking up. That is off the chain.
Turn my mic off. I know it ain't me, but let me turn my mic off.
Yeah, that is you.
Oh, Veronica turned hers off. Wait.
Yeah, okay. Well, something ain't. Yeah,
we
don't hear nothing.
Don't do it.
Yes, that's weird. Anyway, I don't know who it is, but anyway,
I tell you what though, Brett got on her ass.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you that we finished this whole thing what Sherry was saying about. I mean, the whole thing about Sherry, that is, about her taking over, and then you know, Shelly was just saying just now that the ratings had gone up, and I think that's been a big issue. They said that. Who's laughing?
Don't. It's an inside thing. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so I have to watch Michael because I might do something wrong or I might be
No, you ain't did
frozen.
nothing wrong.
Okay,
No.
you know what I'm saying?
Whatever you do, trust me, we're gonna screenshot that ass. You just come and screenshot coming.
Because I know I got
She said
something
you
happening.
guilty.
So
Nah, y'all got me good. Y'all got me good last week though.
with them eyes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, but they said Williams, who has been sitting out from the show for months amid her health issues, apparently never gave the actress her blessing to take the spot, and it doesn't seem like she plans to do so in the near future. She says Sherry does not have. Well, this is what the source from the Sun said. Sherry does not have Wendy's blessing. All of this has been done without her involvement. And so another insider spilled the news that Wendy is extremely jealous and can't stand people filling in for her as it is. And it really hurt her seeing her own fans give Sherry glowing reviews in her absence. And
so even in the time of her being out the show and supposed to be recovering, you hating? That's what it sounds like. Sound like a hater.
It sounds like you hate.
yeah, right.
All your fans.
Right.
It's still called a Wendy Williams show.
Exactly.
Your name's still on it.
What would you expect
The
people to
format
do?
still the same.
Yeah, I said, what do you expect people to do? I mean, are people supposed to be just sitting by?
They supposed to go to sleep like you did, and wait on her till she come back. Like, let me.
That's just weird to me.
I'm not watching.
No,
I watch it, but the thing is, I'm like this. You have to have some graciousness, but that goes to show that's just a pure jealousy. People are continuing your show and keeping it going in your absence, and you're spending time.
And it's like like Shem said, your name on the show. You've been doing it for however long, so your fans are showing their loyalty by still coming to the show or following the show.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Until you come back on your feet or whatever. So either way it goes, somebody holding down the spot for you.
They know all
man. Come on, man, with all that.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
I think she see that she can be replaced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
that's
the
what
name
it is.
says Sherry Shepherd up there, the ratings are still gonna be what they at. Because the gossip is still the gossip. It doesn't matter who's giving the gossip.
Hey, the name stay. That's my daddy's blood on that. That the name stay.
All right, Ike.
Right.
You know what I'm doing? Of course, y'all forgot I always do my selfie so I can put it up there. And I'm gonna take that screenshot of y'all in just a few minutes. So you might as well get ready for it because it's coming.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see Shamika's comments? She was saying rest in peace to the velvet teddy bear, Gerald LeBert. And we were trying to figure out these rats and mice. She got some pictures on here. She says something going on. This is what she said. She said somebody over there eating chips, digging in the bag, making all that noise.
Yeah, something happened. We don't know what it is, but something is going on.
Not me this week. I'm being a good girl this week. It's not me.
And you on time, girl, with your delivery. Exactly. I'm just noticing that.
Yeah. She in the house. She all the way up in the house this week. that is really some weirdness that is going on. I'm really trying to figure this out. I'm trying to do a different a shot on this selfie because if I'm gonna do y'all screenshot, my shot do like this has to match it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm about to do y'all selfie in a minute, so y'all might as well get ready so we can put it out there because y'all know that. Pearlies. Oh my God, that's crazy looking.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, we're just gonna take one of those and put it in there. Go ahead.
Can we what? Go ahead and finish your thought.
What you gonna say, Margo?
Oh no, I was holding my face, but I was like, "You gonna take the picture?"
Oh, you were pausing. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I finna say you had a little Veronica action going on there. You was delayed as hell.
Okay, I'm
Shut up, Michael.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to do it now. Everybody, because you got to look at the screen for a little while for it to do it, because what's going to happen is it would delay on the going on to the air. So y'all stay look at, and let's see how this turns out. Because that this is a Valentine's show, we have to make sure that the pictures show out and they look good. So keep going.
Get that out of the way.
Keep it going. Okay, let's see how it looks.
Man, I know it. I'm A1 with mine's right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? How you feel, Sheldon? How you feel yours came out, Pimp?
Hey, I'm feeling pretty damn good.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm feeling pretty damn good.
Hey,
I look like I'm straight.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
I had a good week.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm throwing myself on the fire because I look drunk, but y'all look good. So I'm gonna do one more because I look drunk because my eyes were closed. I was talking, and so my eyes, I was blinking at the time, and I was taking my own picture. You know what happens?
She looked drunk. We look good. Oh my hey, oh my hood.
What's in your cut?
I know, right?
Hey man, look, I've been on 10, man. I've been on 100 all day today. So
he sure have. Oh God, yes, he have.
I'm just talking about from last night to today, man. Like
that's good news then.
I've been trying to get at you all week to tell you about my excitement, bro. But I know you're a busy man. But yeah, we'll wrap after the show.
Yeah, we'll get together afterwards because I got some excitement too. So yeah,
y'all got all this excitement.
Hey fam,
I got some excitement too. I guess
everything go right, man.
Do tell.
And I'm gonna make up something.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm just joining in here.
I'm gonna let that go.
I'm gonna make up something. To match y'all's excitement, I'm gonna make up something.
Say, look here.
I'm gonna let it go. I'm not
gonna with this weekend coming up in preparation for the big day, y'all better get on y'all psycholactic experiences. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you don't need psycholactic. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you just need the real deal.
Well, I tell you what, with that in mind, we're gonna wrap up talking about Sherry and Wendy and all that, and we're going on into the living room because
that's perfect
it's time to talk about love and non-love. So, let's go ahead. Y'all ready? All right, let's do it.
Let's get it.
Let's go into the living room. Let's go. Hey, welcome to the living room, y'all. You know how we do. We all sit and take a nice subject and we discuss it from a forum panel perspective. And we'd like to get your perspective too. So make sure you hit us. Tonight's subject is, are you love struck? Or are you love stuck? Now, this was Michael that came with this one. He's good at coming up with these subjects. I might need to have him do some script writing and something like that too, because he should come up with a lot of stuff. So I might need to holler at you on that. But I like this because it really is people, the lovers, are they going to do all this love struck? Is Cupid's arrow really, getting them? Or are they just people who are in something and they're like, oh my God, I'm in this still and I'm stuck. So what do you think? Are you love struck? Are you love stuck? So Michael, you give us your perspective first.
Right. Oh man. So all right, we just gonna keep it short and sweet and we can go around the room. So are you love struck or are you love stuck? You know what I'm saying? Did Cupid's arrow hit you in the butt? You know what I'm saying? Or did some girl convince you that she was what's up? You know what I'm saying? Or man convince you what was up? Bars. Right. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so it's one of them things where there is some folks that truly believe that, it's love at first sight. It is some people that, they meet You know what I'm saying? They get a little vibe, and then they just start planning futuristic stuff. You know what I'm saying? And things kind of take off and go from there. We'll get into. I'm a perfect example of such. You know, I will get into that story later, but you know, you get love struck, and then you make some quick moves, but then you start to realize that you probably should have did a little bit more investigating, less more investigating before going to where you in. And so now, however many years later, you in a situation that you ain't necessarily feeling, or you might be feeling it, but they might not be feeling it. Because I can only speak from a man's perspective, but I'm trying to speak for both.
Right.
But you may be in a situation to where you're trying to move around, or they trying to move around, but there's something holding you there. You know what I'm saying? And what is that something that's holding you there when you know or probably feel you should move on or let them go? You know what I mean? So it can go both ways. So like I said, we can go around the room and see what other people, when they hear that term, what their thoughts are.
Right. You know, I'll give everybody the classic definition of love struck.
Yeah.
And they say being love struck means having mental and physical symptoms associated with falling in love. Love struck means to be hit by love. You are hit in the heart by the emotion of love. While being love struck has historically been viewed as a short lived mental illness brought on by the intense changes associated with romantic love, this view has been out of favor since the humoral model was abandoned and since the advent of modern scientific psychiatry. Damn.
I can see that. I can see
But
that.
that's harsh.
No, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
right.
I can see that. And I'm actually interested to hear y'all's view on it. You got to be a crazy some gun to love somebody so much that it overpowers your own self.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah, I can see
Come
that.
on, man. I'm interested to hear what y'all got to say about that.
To a certain extent, I guess.
Hurts.
To a certain extent, I
said
guess.
hurts.
Think about that.
Is love even rational? Is love rational?
Right.
It's
You know,
it's completely irrational. It's logical, but it's rational at the same time. I think to love someone, to be in love with someone, it's almost like the beginning of spring. You remember it, you know the feeling of it. It's something that every time you think about it, you're gonna fall right back in love with that feeling, like the smells, what you saw, how what you tasted in that moment. You're gonna remember it all.
But go ahead. Not to cut you off. Go ahead. Finish your comment. Just see.
Like I say, it's something that you're gonna always remember. That's like it's like when you're a teenager, and you fall in love with for the first time. It's puppy love. You're love struck. You're love struck. When you fall in love for the first time ever. That's something that you'll always remember. But just like Michael said, whenever you get love stuck, it's probably a situation where you really don't want to be in anymore. It's a feeling that you really don't want to feel anymore, but you really have no control over it. You can't control how you feel and for who you feel it for. So, but I believe you can love someone to the point of it goes beyond reason, it goes beyond sanity and logic, and it's something that's beyond you, like beyond this universe. I've not felt.
I'm just going crazy. That sound right this moment is it's driving me absolutely bananas, and I'm trying to think of whatever it possibly could be. It's just driving me bananas.
I hear it too.
Yeah. And I can't figure it out.
Okay, do we all need to do a round of mic mute?
Huh?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So okay, but we're gonna continue. We hear you, Mike. Hello? Yeah, we hear you, Mike.
I know here.
We hear you. Okay, we hear you.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Something going crazy around here.
Yeah, we can hear you clear.
Yeah, you don't hear us?
I can hear you now. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Something's is the noise gone?
Yes, it is. It doesn't
Yeah, I
sound
think
like
it is.
aliens anymore.
Yeah,
Boy, you had
it
something to
doesn't
say a while
sound like
ago. You
somebody
gonna say your part.
peeping in.
You had something to say a while ago. You're gonna say your part.
Oh, I wanted to
you got it.
piggyback off of what Miss B was saying, about not being able to control the love, but my question to her was like, some people they fall in love with the physical, but then
Mhm.
I've been in relationships where we have such a spiritual connection, like we on the same vibe, the same wave, it feels different, and we can have tantric sex and still get the same pleasure as physical sex, and we good, and to me, like, losing that type of friendship and that type of relationship, that hurts worse than losing the the
The
physical.
actual physical,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That hurts worse to lose that. So, but the question to love struck, I mean, it depends. Like, I'm damn near love struck every day when I see a beautiful black woman. Like, it's just different attributes about different women. Like, Margo, today you rocking the red, really nice. Like,
Oh, thanks.
fire. See what I'm
Thanks.
saying? Like, it's just different things, like, all the time. And I'm a foot man too, so I see feet, I go crazy every day. I fall in love every day.
Hey, hold on, fam. It's some feet out there that you know what I'm saying?
It seems
Nah.
like that's a prerequisite. Let me see your toes when I
Hey,
meet you.
Jesus, he like feet too now.
Yeah. That's why they wash feet. You know what I'm saying? But look here, man. But now you could be love struck, man, or love stuck. And I feel like, they always talk about frequencies and vibrations and things like that, man. But it is, what are you going into it for? You know what I mean? Like you said, you can have a spiritual vibe and frequency type deal, or you can go in there and you could just be like, man, I'm gonna be real, man. That motherfucker, that's so fine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? How you do it? So you like, man, that motherfucker, that's so fine. So, or you don't know nothing about him. Think about the times, we
Right.
walk into a spot or, somewhere you see somebody and you like, woo. And people sit there and be
Yeah.
like, hey, it's what's on the inside. No, you looked at something.
Or you smell
Something.
them. Miss B,
Right.
you said that too, the smell.
Right.
Like,
You know what I'm
Yeah.
all
saying?
that.
So it's something about somebody that gets you there. And then once you get there, then you're able to converse and find out that they are much more than what you expected.
So
You know
here go
what
the
I'm saying?
question. Here go a question.
But
How long does it take for the love struck to catch up with the love snuck?
Oh, girl, let me tell you. Look here.
Okay.
So you meet somebody in October and then y'all married by February. You know what I'm saying? You
damn.
meet them in October, then you meet
Well,
by February. And then you boom. And you be married to them for however long.
And that would
But
be because you never got to meet and to know them, right?
right now,
right.
I'm only saying this as an example. This is my particular situation. I'm only saying this as an example, not as a negative, but as a learning thing. Because remember, we met a long time ago, but we had a 15-year gap in between getting back together. Now, 15
Right.
years is a long time. She done experienced life. I done experienced life. I done been places and done things. She done been places and done things. You know what I'm saying? She done been hurt. I done been hurt. And we come back together in the
What,
15
Jay?
years.
I hate to cut you off, but this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute each one of you all and see if I can hear it, because somebody might need to go out and come back in case the lines are crossed. What if the line is crossed with something else? And so I'm going to mute each one of y'all just to see if I can hear that sound continuing. Okay, we'll start with you, Michael. Now I'm going on my list over here. I'm starting with Shelton first.
Let me see what's going on here.
I still hear it, so it's not him. Let's try Veronica. Veronica's your line. It's your line. I don't know what it's crossed with, but it's picking up. Okay. Okay.
Do you hear it now?
No.
I was hooked up to my charger.
Okay, because I was going to get each one of y'all out to go because
the electricity, the energy, the vibrations is going through your phone.
Charger.
Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good.
Bag, I'm sorry.
Next, if we hear it again, we'll just keep going down the line until we find it. Because I was wondering if somebody's line was crossed.
I still hear crackling.
Yeah, it's not like the same sound, but yeah, I hear it the same anymore. So, Michael, I had cut you off.
No, it's all good. So I was just kind of going down how like we had a 15-year gap. And then, life had happened amongst us both. And then when we end up talking or whatever the case may be, we kind of went full speed ahead, you know what I'm saying? And so within 4 months, we was married and living together. Mm-hmm. Not realizing that we were both crazy as hell, you know what I'm saying? And I say that in a good way, because it was a learning curve. I say that in a good way, because like I said, we had different walks of life, and then when we put them together, without necessarily going full blown out courtship to try to put some time and experience in between those 15 years, we end up being in the same environment and then learning and growing together. And that itself, when you went from 15 years of being who you are and used to doing things a certain way, and then you come into a blended family and things are different, you know what I'm saying? Things coming up missing because certain people, have certain rules within the house, and just adjusting and learning each other. And right. And so the one thing about pet peeves is are belong to the person. Nobody else knows them until you share them. So somebody getting on your nerves, they don't know they're getting on your nerves until you tell them they're getting on your nerves, and then they can fix it. So that's the one, so those are the things that you're learning and going through. Right. And then once you start working them out, you have what I like to call micro successes within the relationship. Right. Now, back just to stay on track with love struck and love stuck. During those micro lessons, before you realize that they're lessons, you get mad, you get frustrated, and then you feel like, man, this ain't for me, or I just that and the other, and then you feel stuck. What's keeping you?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do about it.
Right.
First of all, let me say this. I feel like, because I went where you been before, but you and your other half were when y'all met 15 years ago, y'all had a spark, right? It was that puppy love feeling. And maybe that's what y'all were going off of when y'all met all them years later, trying to re-spark and get that old feeling back that you had back in the day. So that was some false pretenses where y'all move fast and like, yo, we're gonna feel like we felt way back then. Shit don't work like that, because you're right, y'all have went through some experiences, and y'all both are two different people. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like an addict trying to chasing that first high, but you'll never get it again.
Yeah.
But what makes you stay, for me, knowing you, what makes you stay is you're too nice. You don't want to hurt someone's feelings, or you don't want to be labeled as, I guess, the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? You're too humble in a way. So you're humble to a fault, because you will sacrifice yourself to make someone else happy, sir.
Hey.
Get hurt their feelings.
Hey.
You hit that one right on the nose. Oh, yes, you did.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong.
Only because I've experienced it too.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a loving spirit. You know what I'm saying?
It's not.
But only
they used to call it will. But I'm cool with that too, man. Like, it's nothing wrong with treating a woman good, or it's nothing wrong with showing humility sometimes. But you also can't be a doormat either.
Yeah, I feel like
what
this,
if it's the
man.
woman though? What if it's on the woman? It's on the woman. The woman's been taught is like at the top of the love chain more than the man is. You know, she have all the romantic. You know, she have the ability to do this and do that. She's like in charge of, she's the head of the whole love relationship.
Well, most women are, Miss Veronica, because, and then Margo, I'm gonna let you chime in. Most women are in charge. You know, because us men, like, we can't take our pride can't take being cheated on. You know what I mean? Like that crushes a man. We may not admit that. That crushes a man more than anything. A woman getting his juice box to somebody else. They don't want that. You know what I mean? So
like that. I'm the right
sugar bowl.
Yeah, men don't like that. But I don't think it's a difference though. Like, but women do run the love. Women are at the top of the love triangle, you know. Like,
I feel like. Sorry, it's actually Margo's turn. But when you say they can't take breakups, I feel like anybody who had their heart fully invested can't take a breakup.
Right. Okay.
Because it don't affect you if you never loved the person.
What if you love the person?
I got a question.
But
Margo, I'm gonna let you go in a minute, baby. If you love the person, you have fell in love with this person and did everything from the Rudies to the Pooties and Tooties for that person.
Right.
You did it for him, you did it for him, and then you've been with them for 11 years or so, and then like right towards the end they start messing up. Use my language, but they start messing up, and then it's time to let it go.
Right.
But it's not easy. It's not easy because you invested all that time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but there's a point where I have to ask this question. I believe in being happy. I don't believe in us just being this union that is supposed to work. I believe this. Okay, I believe my soul's been here many times, but right this moment, while I'm in this vessel, I need to be happy in this vessel right now. Okay, and I don't want to be with a situation or a person where on a daily basis I am being that loving, passionate person who is trying to make something work and the damn thing ain't work. What kind of life is that? To me, that makes absolutely no sense at all.
So let me tell you what I see and what I hear, man. I'm gonna just put it out there. Oh shit, yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
It's Miss Margo's turn.
I'm gonna forget whatever thought I thought I did have.
You gotta act like you from Dove in the East Side and chime your ass in.
But even with that, what Veronica was saying, she was saying about it getting to that point. If you've been exerting and giving so much of yourself and you haven't been seeing signs of stuff reciprocated, the more you start seeing, even if you're making small attempts just to put those things out there that you like, or this is how you can show me you love me. These are the things, even if you're giving little hints and he not catching on or trying to do something that's showing some action towards you that, hey, I really value what you're doing. I see you. I love you. Let me show you in return. And you ain't been seeing it for a good length of time. Then I think mentally he done already left. Mentally.
Oh yeah.
Physically his body is there, but mentally he done went somewhere else. And that's time to start pulling back.
That's trouble right there, right?
One last good gun hole, and then you be like, okay, that's my limit. I'm not finna demote myself anymore, or my energy, or my time, and it's time to get to walking. Like if he don't leave, you leave. Like you know what I mean? Just because that's damaging to your spirit and your soul, and you don't want to keep damaging and not being your full and best you. Would not receive that. I got a question for y'all. You need that in order to keep growing.
I got a question for you. When people are love stuck, is that simply just codependency?
It all depend on the individual. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, we always see everybody done keyed in on love stuck and associating it with negativity. What makes you stay? That's what I'm saying. But right now we covering everything. We covering pain, hurt, and everything, and anguish and everything else. But ain't nobody saying that they staying because that grip is tight. Ain't nobody saying because they cervix getting knocked up. You know what I'm saying? What make you stay?
But this right here, Mike. You don't want to have to go. You don't want to have to go through this. You don't want to have to jump through the hurdles of knowing somebody else is crazy when you already invested 6 years or 7 years with this crazy motherfucker that you're dealing with. You don't want to leave. Oh, excuse my language. I'm sorry. My bad.
It passed 20 minutes.
We're 20 years. We passed 20 years.
You don't want to learn somebody else is crazy.
That's why some people say it's cheaper to keep her, whatever. Maybe you got kids and all that. But let's be real. There is other things that make you stay besides it being negative.
I have a few examples.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Sometimes, well, for the most part, it is negative. The one good thing I would say to make you stay is because you actually genuinely love this person. You don't want to be without them. You genuinely want to stay with them for the rest of your life, but you're tired of the bullshit.
Bingo. Darling. Thank you.
It really is all negative because, and this is from me hearing other people talk about it, and me personally, I stayed because I genuinely love the person. Mm-hmm. It wasn't for the sex. It wasn't for the time. And truthfully, it was for the kids because we had a lot of kids together. So I'm thinking, okay, I love this person. I'm gonna try to give him time to get his crap together. But sometimes that plays out, especially when there are other things involved. I've heard other guys say that
should not be no reason too. I mean, it's a part of it.
Right. I've heard guys say they stay because they didn't want to abandon their kids. I've heard guys say they stay, and this is like relationships going on 15, 20, 25 plus years. Right. They're staying because they don't want to abandon their kids again. Or they're staying because they want to give this person time to work out their issues. Or they're staying because
they staying because of something. Look here, man. A relationship is just like any friendship you done ever had. You done had people that you rocked with from childhood, and y'all and right now y'all done grown apart and y'all are different and better for it. So
let me ask you a question. There's another thing that I see, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I had to get this point in there. One thing that I notice is some things are either geographical, they're the audience that you're with, it's just different things that make people do this. I noticed this, and I may be wrong. I don't think that I am, but when I lived in Austin, Texas, Austin is a place where when I came to Atlanta, I could go back to Austin. I didn't need to have an address book. If I remembered that phone number of the person, it was still in my phone. They had the same number. They were at the same job, and they were in the same relationship. And this goes on for years and years and years. People sometimes get into something and it becomes a way of life. They may not even stand that person, but where they are is a way of life. And that's why I couldn't live there, because I am a person, my movement has to be different, but I understand people who like that and want to be that. They want to be married. They come out of high school. Some of them might go to college, but they stay in these long relationships. They make absolutely no sense to people like me, but they stay because they're used to it, and they stay because they have some type of connection that's there. It's comfort, it's codependent, but it's not always.
That's the shit we need to be talking about. It's a place, it's something that's making you stay. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it's
I'm gonna share something. I read in a book back. It was a T.D. Jakes book, and it said if you're willing to exit out of your relationship or whatever it is, really evaluate the whole purpose or changing your mind as far as being willing to stay. If you can sit there and look at that person and think that something seriously is about to happen to them, or them going to die, how would you spend your last days, or what your energy or whatever trying to exert towards them? If you can feel or be in that moment like you're about to lose the best thing that ever happened to you, then look at it that way, that you either need to stay. Or if you feeling like, I mean, necessarily you don't want anything happening to anybody, but for a relationship to continue, it is something keeping you there. And what's keeping you there has got to be something really deep, not just because I still need help from you, or I still need to use you for this purpose, or I still just need a roof over my head. It needs to be deep within your spirit and your soul and your core, and it'd be like, what you have to give me to use deep within is something I need to continue to survive, but it's a spiritual type thing.
So,
It's
and that's
something
what it
that
needs to be. Right? It doesn't need to be there, but it still ends up being that codependency.
So for me,
okay,
for me personally, the reason I stayed, and Mike, you know this, the reason it was embarrassment. This is my second marriage that I'm getting out of. My first marriage, I was married at 18, right out of high school, went to the military, got deployed, went to Iraq. That I didn't have time to nurture or cater to that marriage. So, 2 children, being married, it didn't work out. But this marriage, I thought, she being older and me being, more mature, I was thinking that it would work, especially with my religious upbringing and my background and my grandparents being married 55 years. That's all I've ever wanted to have, was that.
Right.
And it was so disappointing and crushing to me that I could not do exactly. I'm going to Bible classes, Bible study. I'm going to marriage counseling. I'm doing, everything the preacher telling me to do, but it's still not working. Me and her, she's a Catholic. I'm a Southern Baptist. It's not working. We're feuding with each other all the time.
When you look at it, wasn't you, it was just her.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you did your part.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't want to put all the blame on her. I mean, I have my faults too, but it's just like, you're right. When you exert a lot of energy trying to make it work, and that other person is not reciprocating, it drains you. And Mike saved me from my situation.
So, and here's what I'm saying when I say what makes you stay. It's one of them things where I'm a loving person, and I'm gonna tell you right now, in my mind, my soul, body, spirit, from my head to my feet, I feel like you can love people through and out of anything. I feel that. I understand that there's things beyond my control, but it don't stop my passion for saying, no, you just need a little bit more love. You know what I'm saying? You just need a little bit more love, and that's and so. I mean, regardless of how man, you ain't gonna stop me for how I feel about my heart and what I want to give somebody, and that's why he was saying, I'm gonna give everything I can. I'm not a damn fool. Some things I accept. And I know that I accept. Some things I am guilty of because I'm accepting something that I probably, know that I don't need to do it. And I'm frustrated and now I'm going off because, well, hell, if you just leave, you won't even do that. Or if you just quit or you stop or pull back. So I get that. But that's one of the things where he was saying embarrassment. You know what I mean? You don't want to
I have a question based on that. I really do have a question. Yeah. I have heard people say that both people do not have to have the great amount of love matching one another that is more healthy for the relationship for one to love more than the other. First of all, do you agree?
Oh, man. No two people are the same. No two people are the same. That's no two people are the same. So,
but aren't you supposed to have balance? If you're not in balance, then you're out of sync and things are off. So.
Right. So with that being said, go Bridget.
You have to realize what your love language is. Some people I believe that's one reason why older marriages were able to last so long, is because they got to know each other in a way that it wasn't forced. And they held to to the values that we really don't hold to today. Like newer generations, when it comes to marriage, marriage really is in a foundation that you just hold on to, like like it was in the old days. Because it was on other things that we now see as not accurate of sorts, dealing with what a marriage is and where it came from, I guess you can say.
Right.
But I really feel that in order for two people to just really want to make it work, it has to be a balance, and not just a balance of love, but a balance of power. In my leadership class, this program that I'm in, I learned it's a book that I read. It's called Power and Love. And basically, if there's too much love on either side, the love becomes sentimental. And basically, the relationship can't function off of that love alone. When there's too much power in a relationship, the relationship becomes degenerative. Basically, there's a power struggle, and there will always be a power struggle. So you have to find a commonality and a balance between the love that you have and the power that you have in their relationship. Because both people are going to have a certain amount of love and a certain amount of power. So when you decide to balance that out, then there's a synchronicity that comes in the relationship. But you have to be willing to communicate and submit the power that you have and decide to have boundaries when it comes down to the amount of love that you're going to give.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and in those situations where two people are getting together, if they spend any decent amount of time of being single, if they have children and they are single parents and they end up taking on both roles, then they have, male and female have both taken on feminine roles, masculine roles. Then one becomes, they get in touch with one more so than a normal person would. When they get together in unison, they have to learn to relinquish the role that, you know what I'm saying, that they ended up assuming more of. That's where that power struggle comes into play. I've seen a lot of times where a single mother finally gets into a relationship and she's so used to playing mom and dad that when the man comes in to try to play dad, it's like having two alpha A-type personalities in a household butting heads. Not saying that anyone, I mean, I guess the word would be that, but for whatever reason, it became negative. But the word submit, right? Submit that role, right? That role. I don't know, people get personal with it and they feel like I ain't submitting to nothing, but submit that role and those responsibilities back to the person to which can assist in making life a little bit easier. But for whatever reason, people don't want to relinquish that. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you right now, a lot of us do the systemic programming, but we ain't gonna go that far. You know what I'm saying?
People don't always understand what submitting and being submissive is.
Right.
Because that's a lot of the problem right there.
And that's what I'm saying.
Losing their power, their personality,
and identity. So she just mentioned power and balance, but that's a lot of what that is. Some people, some folks, I'll say, for me being a man growing up, you get confined to a man box. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what a man's taught. You know what I'm saying? Show no love. Don't cry and don't do this and you blah 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 blah. And then now it's time for you to love somebody, and you want them to be your mama because that's the only person that you've ever seen or received love from.
But I still have the question for y'all. When is it enough? When is it enough? I mean, I look at it. Okay, I'll use myself as an example because I can't speak for anybody else but myself. When something doesn't work, and like you all say that you've tried different things and something doesn't work, when do you feel it's okay to just let go? I know people like me. I'm a Libra. I don't know about you, Margo, how you do it. I cut. I'm gone. because I'm not going to be happy unhappy on a daily basis because I'm trying to make something work. So I don't know how anybody else does it. I know where it ends for me. But what about for you all, people who are in a love suck situation? Because really, if we're doing this show, we're having this subject matter, you know how we do. We always like to give people information, options, things to think about so that they can live a happier life.
We've been on Love Stuck for the longest. We ain't struck nothing. Ain't nobody struck.
We were struck for a while. We'll go back to struck, but we
ain't nobody struck or struck.
Mike, yeah, listen, Mike, my love struck turned into love stuck. You see what I'm saying? Because now the woman that I'm married to now, is the first Black woman I've ever been with. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I seen her and I first seen her, the first thing I said to the dude that was next to me, I grabbed, said, "I'm gonna marry her." Yeah, I didn't even know who she was. I seen her, hey, I'm gonna marry her. And I shot my shot and I continuously did it. I didn't let up and I married that woman. You feel me? And she was 15 years my senior. So, but it's just, I was love struck at first. Then we started realizing further as we go along, you was there through the relationship with me, nigga. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, you know, you was there with me through it, man. So it's like we started seeing problems early on in the marriage. Mm-hmm. And of course I felt like it was forced on me because my parents was like, "Boy, you going to hell, you keep shacking with that woman," right? I kept hearing that. So it's like the marriage was forced on me. So I did the marriage, but we knew that things were going to go the distance. We knew this. So I even opted, hey, if you want to go find Mr. Right together, I care about this friendship so much that I'll go help you find the right man for you so I don't waste your time. I was humble enough to do that for her because I cared about her that much. But no, she assured me she wanted to continue loving me and we was going to go the distance. That shit didn't happen. I almost got killed in that relationship. And I'm free from it. So I don't know my limit when I love somebody of when I'm going to leave or when I'm going to stay. I got shot in the previous relationship before that. It took a bullet to leave that one. So I don't know my limits when it comes to loving somebody, but I know it's going to be a while before I do again.
You love hard, man. I mean, wow.
Yeah, too hard. And I just want to be loved the same way in return.
I love hard, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like, same here. I love hard, but I do know my limit. It's like I'm not going to give up the core of what makes me me, where it's detrimental to my soul, where my joy is gone and everything is gone, and I'm not taking care of my personal health, and my health is going downhill. It's time to change that up because, you know, I got some stuff to live, some things to do, a mission, and a whole bunch of ideas that need to get out. But if it starts to affect how I see myself or how I treat myself or my health and all that stuff, you know, hair falling out and I'm looking throwed and I can't function, or really, you know, if the person's giving me issues to where I can't be a mother to my children, then it is, I gotta see you later.
Gotta go. Well, you know what? I want to go to the chat. Look like Shamika got a lot of stuff over there. Mike, I want you to do that. But before you do, I want to ask Margo a question because I know how I am, and maybe a lot of it is because I am maybe I'm a little commitment phobic. I am not a big commitment person. That's why I haven't been in matrimony yet. I don't exactly believe in some of the things that people believe in when it comes to the y'all know, y'all have heard me talk about it before, the 3D concept of the piece of paper in the marriage and the controlling of the states and all that. I don't believe in none of that. I never knew what it was until I actually started learning more. And I'm like, that's why I don't believe in that mess. It's a construct. This is a 3D construct. But with that still, I don't know if you like this, Margo. I am good on ghosting people. I will ghost your ass if it starts getting to a point. I will just ghost you so quick. Like I never seen you, known you. I'm gone because I refuse refuse to put up with anything that takes me out of my character, takes me into certain types of emotions, makes me feel trapped, makes me feel bad about me, makes me feel bad about you. Because I know the limits that I've had. I've been in the relationships that have gone to the stage of abusive. I know the thoughts that I had about what I was going to do is going to cause me to wear that orange jumpsuit. I do not play with any of that.
I've been in that thought process. But the key thing that got me, because I'm a spiritual person, God is like, that's not how I made you, and that's not how I made your heart. I modeled you after me, and I hold you close to my heart, and that's not what I want for you. So that's what I took from that. It's been times I've been like this close, like, oh, I just want to key that car so bad because I know it hurt his heart. But it was like, I couldn't do it. I got so mad to the point where I was in tears. So I just couldn't. I couldn't.
You're that softer Libra.
It was like, that's not how I made you.
Okay,
that's not.
I'm a harsh one.
That's the way I'm being
sweet
treated.
Until I'm not. Oh, what you say, Michael?
Hold on, I don't know if that's my heater. Is that me?
What?
That noise.
Tell Miss Tamika we haven't forgot about her messages.
No.
If she's still watching, Miss Tamika, they're gonna read your messages shortly.
Yeah, they coming. I was just gonna ask this question, man, or just say this, man, for the group. Y'all must understand that in most cases, it's actually the touch of somebody's hand that'll make your pulse react. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's just the thrill between boy and girl, and that's how opposites attract. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
you gotta be
what's
logical.
love got to do with it?
Thank you.
We need Tina. We need Tina.
Hey, I was getting my Tina Turner on, y'all. I'm gonna just give credit to it as dude.
As soon as I heard that first bar, I said, "Wait a minute."
Right.
But you know what? I love that type of love. I can understand the love struck. If we go back there, I can understand is this the sweetness that's in the newness. Yeah, and it's electric. It's so cute. Yeah, and the touch and the looks. And I can understand how it could take anybody to that. I guess I'm just have a different type of rationale when it comes to relationships. I'm not too quick to go to that place of being love struck. I have crushes. And I will call it crushes, but I know when it crosses over to being someone who I really care for, you see it in the way that I behave when I start dealing with you on a daily basis, when I start seeing you in that way. But crushes is a picture for me. That's why I'm not too quick to go on the love. So it's a picture. And when you step outside that frame, then you become somebody else to me. So I don't like to mess that up. I'm not too quick to be the love struck because of that. There's too much of that little picture.
Well, Miss Dixon, what happened to you, Miss Dixon? Why you won't let nobody love you?
You know something?
I knew he was gonna come out with something like that.
It's fine. It's not that I won't let anybody love me, because I will let people love me. It's just that I'm not too quick to fall for the games and all the stuff that people do. It's not something that is good for me.
So are you
I'm more of a friendship
immediately
person.
looking for like signs to tell you no? Like to stop you?
Well, I see things. Let me say this. I see things in people's characters. Y'all got me over here messing with this cord, just twisting it all around because you got that pressure. I'm under pressure
with
now.
That cord. Yeah, we ain't got you doing shit.
But one thing is, I have an ability. I have a discernment when it comes to people in general, and I use that same discernment when it comes to my relationships. I am not quick to be able to be close to people. That's because of some things that happened in my childhood, and it happened to me to where I can see females and males. So therefore, I am not too quick. I can be very plastic and friendly, but there's a little bit here before you get into seeing who I am. I'm a personality.
Keyword in all of that. more. I believe Margo said it earlier. She said when she found out there was something finna take her away from herself and everything else. A lot of people don't find inner peace until late in life. So so when you don't have that inner peace, when you don't have that inner peace, you're doubting yourself. A lot of the times you're doubting yourself, and you probably don't love yourself enough, or you have not experienced inner peace yet to value that over, unhappiness. So you'll notice that a lot of times it comes later in life, and people be like, man, they was together for 20 years and they just cut their relationship. Somebody found inner peace and said it ain't worth it no more.
Right.
And what
I feel like if you're asking me, right, the thing is that inner peace is so important, because I feel like I didn't start to know who I was until I started being real with myself, even about the things that happened to you as a child. You have to be real with yourself. And when I started being real with myself, and that this happened, and this you have to live with it, you have to move on, that's when I started being able to balance myself as a person and having the inner peace. Now, when I love all this about who I am, it's easier to be in something that is good and balanced, because you cannot look for someone to complete you.
But why won't you trust that with somebody else like that? I believe do you believe that there's a man? Let me first ask you that. Do you believe that there's a person out there for everybody, or somebody that matches your same frequency?
I call it twin flame. I'm more into
absolutely
finding that twin flame, as opposed to that person to stand up in front of a preacher and all that kind of stuff. I'm more about the twin flame, because I don't know where y'all going to be in a year, but I'm probably going to be on Venus or somewhere. Me and my twin flame. He might be from back in my home. I'm my folks. It might be somewhere else, because I said we're all humanoids. We ain't from here. Y'all know that. But
the second thing I was gonna say about what you just said, right? What everybody been saying. The second thing why people stay is because they watch their folks stay. You see what I'm saying?
They want to be
programmed. You
you
mimic what you see. Mama getting her head knocked off, and she took daddy back. So a woman get her head knocked off, and then she stay because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to stay.
Well, my mama, that's my dad. She didn't stay.
I'm just saying. I'm using that as an example, right?
I'm
using that as an example. You know what I'm saying? Daddy loved this woman through all or whatever the hell she done been through. You know what I'm saying? And they stayed. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're doing. You're mimicking certain things. And a lot of us were raised a certain way, and we stick to those beliefs, because when you don't know nothing, when you don't know love, you try to mimic what love is and what you've seen it for. So that's why I asked, what makes you stay? You know what I'm saying?
My parents were married for almost 43 years when my dad passed away. And if he had not passed away, they were married in 61. They would have still been together to this day. I know they would have. I've seen the healthy relationship. So it's not like I saw bad relationship, but for me, I had to find myself and see what it is that I really want. And I think that my Alpha Centaurian brother, or who is out there, or whoever it is looking for me, I haven't given up on love or anything like that. I mean, I get plenty of love just in general.
I have
friends and people who are close to me. No, not yet, Veronica. You ain't giving up yet. You just don't see it in the people that are around you.
If it's meant for me, then I will go forward. But I'm just gonna let God come into it, and I'm gonna let Him choose one for me. Whenever I choose one, something bad happens, or I be thinking it's the one, and it's not the one.
Hey, I'm gonna dive into this chat when y'all finish.
But go anytime. I got to step over a minute and try to charge his phone, because I got one of them is dying and I need it. So go ahead and start anytime with the chat, and Veronica, you can continue on. But I'm just going to step in and out for just a moment. So.
Yeah, I was just gonna dive into this chat real quick. I mean, we got so far that Shamika was basically saying that in reaction to Sheldon saying he loved feet, she kind of went there with the whole
Okay.
Marcus and Eddie Murphy from Boomerang. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and then she went on to say that because we figured out the crackle, snap, crackle, and pop, she said technology is so crazy. Who would have ever thought that it was a charger causing a ruckus? And then because we were kind of everybody was trying to go, she was like, y'all let my BFF Margo go. Stop hogging the mic. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's your BF, Margo?
Right.
Okay.
And then she said one of the reasons when we were saying what makes you stay, she said sometimes we stay because of the history, and history creates happy memories. She said, but in good times, she said, but the routines of comfort, you know what I'm saying? So that's another reason that people stay. And she said, yes, the eggplant, because we know each other very well intimately. So
that ain't always it.
Right. She said yes. Now she named everything else, and I think she kind of went in priority. So the last thing on there was the eggplant.
No, the sex ain't always it.
You know what I'm saying? And so then she goes on to say her daddy told her to find a man who's in love with her more than she is in love with him.
Mm-hmm.
And she said it meant that a man, that will protect and provide for who he loves and will put that woman in before himself, and vice versa, in the other one. She said, but the key word in that was in my daddy's statement is love. And see, that's your thing. And I look at that when I say, people always say the key to any relationship is communication, but no one tells you how to get that done. People will tell you got to love, but nobody tells you how to love or giving those examples, because everybody does love privately. So there are no forward examples of such. You can watch how somebody treats somebody, but are they telling you this is what's going to help your relationship? You know what I mean? Are they defining those things to let you know what love is?
And again, piggybacking off that, different cultures love different ways. I was just reading an article about Akon, and in his culture, where he's from in Africa, they can have more than one wife. 5, if they want. It's like a rite of passage for a man to have multiple wives.
Right.
So you gotta we over here in the westernized and in this Western hemisphere, we are programmed for K jewelers to get them diamond rings and that money for them diamond rings that we put on these beautiful fingers, man. The institution of marriage over here in America, it's all like she said, it's a money game, it's a doctrine, it's a way to control things. Like, how does the state and the judge tell me that I can't divorce a motherfucker that's been mean to my soul?
You know what I'm saying?
No,
that part.
I love that.
No.
I
love
that.
You got to go through a rigorous process just to do that. Look, man, we got together and we had to come and get a license. What the fuck is a license? I got to, you know what I'm saying? I got to get a license to get married, and then I got to have somebody tell me I can get unmarried. The fuck?
But it's with everything that we have done. You got to remember, you have to have a driver's license to operate a car on the road, a car that you never own, even though you think you do. You have to have all kinds of things. You pay for these houses that you never own. You think you do, but they've already paid for the house 2 times. The mortgages, they paid them off 2 times before you even start paying on it. I mean, there's so many things that are just complete lies. Remember, I said at a certain point, all of these lies are going to be known by everyone, including the construct of the 3D marriage. So people have to make decisions at a certain point. You got to make a decision. If it's for you, stay believing in that, or coming to the new world of 5D. That's all I'm saying.
Now we talking about what's got people stuck. And I'm asking y'all what make you stay. And I'm saying what make you stay because sometimes you are still love struck, and that's why you are love stuck.
Because I feel like I have an obligation to stay with that person because they're ill, they're sick.
Obligation?
Yeah, I feel like I have an obligation to stay there, stay with them, because they dying, or they can't take care of themselves, and I feel like I have to take care of them, because back in the day when I was sick, they took care of me. So I feel like I have to take care of them, but they're doing stupid stuff. They're doing stupid, idiotic stuff that make my love walk away from them. Don't want to be nowhere around them, and I'm just ready to end it. My mom always told me, when you're tired, you're gonna be tired.
Right.
Well, they didn't make you walk away. They
If you
pushed you
love them
away.
enough, if you love them enough, you leave them.
Well, you know, what most people do, and I get it, it all depends on if y'all, you know, if you got cabin fever, you know, where y'all just been cooped up in the house around each other so long that you start to get on each other's nerves. Because there's nothing saying that because you helping somebody in their condition that y'all have to be intimate, that y'all have to remain an item or in a couple. Hey, new man, I'm gonna let you know right now, this person was here for me. I was, you know, in love with them. We've gone our separate ways, but I'm going to help this person in their time of need because they helped me in my time of need. You either on board or you're not. You know what I mean? You can agree to disagree. Hey, man, you sleep in room A, I'm sleeping in room B. We're going to respect the household because we did have something together. So you take your shit somewhere else and I'll take mine somewhere else. And don't worry about me. I won't worry about you. Now, because of what we got going on health-wise, we're going to be there for one another. I promise you that. And I'm going to make good on that. But go ahead and do your thing. You know what I'm saying?
You can't be real with people like that in today's times.
Man,
you can't come. People aren't built like that anymore. You can't
Hey, boy, I'm like Chevy. I'm like a rock, boy. I'm built for tough in this damn thing.
You know, like
until my soul get hurt. Until my soul get hurt, then I'll be like,
He just said, a man don't want that woman to give up the goodies.
Yeah.
How you, I mean, if I'm gonna meet a new person, but yet I tell him, look, I got blase home. You know, we stay together, and I'm there just to take care of him. You know, we just live together. I'm trying to take care of him because he's sick. But I can't give you the goodies because he's gonna get mad.
Who gonna get mad? Them goodies don't belong to you no more. That's why you go somewhere else and take care of it.
But that's what I'm saying. I go somewhere else and take care of it. But he's gonna be mad because he still think the goodies belong to him if I don't break up with him.
You ain't got. What you mean? Hey, we broke up.
To go.
We broke up. Now you can rent that room in there. We broke up. We can rent that room.
But look, the question is,
you got to go.
We know that every time that you give us the juice box, it doesn't come with feelings, right? Like people always get that. They get love and sex entangled or intertwined. That's love and sex are not the same thing.
It's not, but it is a 3-time rule. This is my theory, and I've done it for my whole life, and I can tell you this right here.
What is it?
You can have a one-night stand with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a rebound just to kind of make sure that round one went the way it was supposed to, or if round one didn't go there, you get a round two, you kind of recover. And then by that time, you like, okay, I'm chasing that high now. So you have round 3. After 3 times of being intimate, one of the two of you have gotten emotionally invested.
Because my rule is different. My rule is the third time you catch feelings. So you're right. The third time is the feelings time. So yeah. Right.
Hey, so and here's my example real quick. The first time you meet somebody, so the first time you meet somebody, right? The first time you meet somebody, you see them. Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? Boom, bang, bang, bang. Then the second time you see them, hey, whether they with their friends, you with your friends, y'all keep speaking. Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? First time good, first time bad. I give you another shot. Let's go and get it in. Bam, bam. Yeah, right. Third time y'all go in there, you be like, hey. Well, I seen you. Well, why you didn't say nothing? Well, I seen you with your little friend. I ain't wanna disturb nothing. Well, I see you chilling with old buddy. I ain't want to be rude or whatever. At that moment, when you hear that type of talk, emotions have got involved. You see what I'm saying? Because every other time you spoke,
you got two times to just hit it and leave.
Every other time you spoke, no matter who I was around, male, female, whatever.
It depends on whether it's good or not. I'm trying to tell you.
Hey,
if it's good, you ain't coming back. I ain't going back.
Hey, it go down, man. I'm telling you, people don't want to admit it. People don't want to admit it, man. But like, that's where it come in.
I was taught that years ago by my guy friends.
Yeah.
Okay. Fill me in. What did I leave off? My internet kept.
Michael, you say it your way. I say it my way. Michael says it. Well, my way is that you have 2 times to be with somebody. By that 3rd time, you catch your feelings. But Michael, you say it a different way.
I say it's a 3-time rule. You know what I'm saying? You know, the first time is one night stand. The second time is either a continuance because it was so good, or you giving the person a second chance because maybe they had all night. That 3rd time, after the 3rd time, one of the two has become emotionally invested to the point to where there's tad bits of jealousy displayed through jokes and laughter. You see what I'm saying?
You know, because you better not be where you at tonight. You better not be over no girl house.
Right. Hey, don't be giving my thing away now. You know, you know what I'm saying? Hey, and then it be disguised in the little cute talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But motherfuckers mean that when they say
they be checking, they be low key checking, low key hating.
See how you gonna respond.
Right? That is so correct,
man. But then look here, so with that, I was gonna say that this here because y'all was hitting on it when y'all say men don't want nobody else anything. Men are physical and women are emotional. Let me explain. Let me explain. A man and a woman together. A man will go out there and duck off and start hitting them little dun-dun-duns here and there, right? A woman will find out, and she be like, "Did you spend money on her? You know what I'm saying? Did you take her this way? Do you love the bit? You know what I mean? Or whatever they say when they get hot. You can bang boogie all day long, but if you giving money and taking away from their basket and giving it over here, do you love her? Did you? Oh, so you took her to where we went to go eat. A woman has placed that restaurant that y'all ate there. That is a significance meaning, and if you take any other people there, it's gonna hurt. A woman will forgive you for your physical fuck ups because she's emotionally involved. Now you tell her that you love that other girl and that you connected with that other girl, she gonna damn near try to kill you, right?
And there's another thing too, there's one more thing though.
And so for a man, you know what I'm saying? A man, she can go and chill and kick it with any other dude. No, she can go chill and kick it and hang out and whatever. He don't give a damn. Most men be like, "Oh, he buying you drinks? Shit, go get 2, bring it back." He don't care that she flirting and doing everything. Yeah,
but let her sleep with that man.
She dropped them draws. She dropped them draws. He going
for y'all.
But there's a difference.
See, hold on, because you going man versus woman, like I just said.
I got a question for y'all because this is the basic thing that I have always said, and I learned it from my guy friends years ago. Very basic anatomy. Do you agree with this? Sex is external for man, internal for woman. Look at the basic anatomy. It's an external manhood, and a woman has an internal, womanhood situation. And that blend together. So it's external for man, but internal for woman. And it comes out in the way that we deal with one another. Do you agree?
I agree. But I also look at it like this. If you ain't born with it, it ain't yours. So that means I can't tell you what to do with your body. You can't tell me what to do with mine. Now I can. Now, if we're in a relationship, I can, your loyalty is something I hope to honor, but I can have faith that you won't go out and do those deceiving things to me, but I can't tell you what to do with it. And when I'm not in it, it ain't mine.
Right.
That's
I got something for y'all. I told y'all I was going to continue on to do this throughout the whole segment. I got some love for you. Okay, Okay, let's get into a little bit of a love struck in there, since Michael seems to believe that we're glossing over love struck.
Hey, no, I'm just saying, look, man, because look, and so when I see the little subtleties, most people look at love as something that is complicated and overrated and things like that. But you tell me that when you, and it ain't gotta be love. You know, we went through it the show and we said there's 7 different variations of love, right?
Yeah.
But when you meet somebody, and y'all talked about it earlier, and the bells and whistles and sirens, and your heart skip a beat, and you know what I'm saying, and everything, and you get a tingle in your jingle down in your balls and your coochie cat, like, and everything, yeah, like, so, and because they think about it, man, something makes you something. It makes you want that person, whether it be the eyes, natural. The smile, it's something, right? And the vibes and the frequency and the universe and all that shit come into play, right? You link with that person. You want them to feel the same way that you feel to you, right? Imagine going, okay, for example, I got the perfect example. And we answer according to your preference. If you getting physical and your partner don't moan, groan, or move, or oof or ah, how the hell you feel?
Well,
yeah, like what's going on?
Hey, hold up. I gotta
Let's
get up.
check in. You all right? Yeah, I'm all right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, that for whatever reason, whether you internal or external, that hurt your spirit. If motherfucker just don't respond.
Right.
Yeah.
You know
Absolutely.
So that same feeling in the physical, think about it in however you define love, whether it be emotional, spirit. It's the same way. If somebody limp or if somebody ain't they're just there, then think of how you feel. And for some, they feel like that. They feel like their energy or their love is not being matched. So therefore, it's kind of like, why am I here?
But if that person doesn't love themselves, though, Mike, it doesn't help either. When you have somebody that have some insecurities about themselves and they have some traumas that they haven't dealt with yet,
right?
That right there, that makes you that also it doesn't help the relationship. It makes the relationship suffer.
You're right. But Lil Wayne wrote a whole song about it. Hello. Right, you know what I'm saying? And whether you like them or not, some of these works of art not define, but they help explain what's going on. Somebody gotta steal your heart. Yeah.
Hey, he was going through something.
But it's silly. I'm sorry. I don't want to get into any copyright infringements or nothing like that. But I did cite the source. But nah, man.
Well, you can actually 8 seconds. You got 8 seconds to sing or whatever. You can.
Okay, I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm passing the mic now. So y'all
well,
expand.
Well, I got something for y'all. I like to bring in these articles, and so there's going to be the 7 signs that your love struck. But I'm going to let y'all continue to talk, and when you're ready, we'll go into what would be those 7 signs that you are love sick, love struck.
What about being in a relationship with somebody that's romantic?
That's what?
That's romantic.
I'm a hopeless romantic.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Same here. I'm a sucker for those love movies. My favorite movie is Notebook, and
I love the Notebook.
Notebook, man, that gets me to cry. This like I actually went to a plantation where they shot. It was like her parents' house. So I visited that plantation.
Where?
A plantation in North Carolina or South Carolina.
Well, the Notebook was filmed.
Yeah, shot at, and that little lake or whatever was shot there too.
You purposely went to a plantation.
Educational purposes.
Oh, okay. All right. You got to walk and talk me through that now. I mean, what the hell going on?
So did we
educational
come to a conclusion or an agreement that it's a bad thing to be love stuck? Because I was told by the old people sometimes, hey boy, be still. You in a good place, be still. So I guess they say you don't know how you don't miss your water till your well run dry. What if you're in
Nah.
a love stuck relationship and it's actually you, but you don't know that it's you, and the other person actually do love you, but you fuck it up, but you still feel stuck. You're stuck because you want to go do what the fuck you want to do, but you got this other person here. You see what I'm saying?
Whole situation. Yeah,
So
you're
in
looking at the
those
whole
moments,
situation.
in those moments where you going off and you telling all your friends, man, she tripping, yeah. How many times? Look, because you know when you do this right here, when you look at your hand, it's three fingers pointing back at you. You know what I'm saying? So, so you got to ask yourself some questions, and that, you know what I'm saying, not that taking accountability means you doing something wrong, but you may have identified that you could have done something better,
right?
Or that you weren't giving something. So everybody look at it that way. You're out there cheating. That's the first thing that comes to people's mind. No, you ain't talking the way you're supposed to. When that person talking to you, you're not engaging enough in that conversation to even try to attempt and build that connection, because that you're not interested in what they talking about. But when you love somebody, their interest become your interest, regardless of how boring it is, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. So that's all I'm saying. If there's some things that the responsibility that fall on the person to accept that you might be part of it, might. You know what I'm saying? But you got to accept it. All right, cool. Done.
I want to do this. I want to segue over into some parts of this article, because I think the way that we've spoken about it tonight, we've spoken about it that love struck is a wonderful thing and love stuck is a bad thing. But this article is going to touch upon how love struck ain't always the healthiest part either. It's not very healthy.
See, I like folks. I like the back and forth. Yeah.
So we're going to go over here and check this out. This is the 7 signs that you're love sick, which is love struck. This is from everydayhealth.com. So, you get a chance, you want to check out the article. It's talking about the love struck bug. There's a lot of things in the article here. And it talks about how you have no appetite. You haven't slept in days. You can't concentrate at work. You feel lightheaded and dizzy. Could this be the stomach bug or the flu? No, you're in love, my friend. So it just goes into more details, and you can get to even they're into the physical, medical type thing. It says during the first few months of a relationship, the chemicals in our brains that get triggered include the neurotransmitters phenethylamine, dopamine, norepinephrine, and oxytocin. I'm sorry, that's amazing. I'm trying to handle it. And they're dubbed the love hormone. Oxytocin is dubbed the love hormone, and oxytocin is a strong pleasure and satisfaction neurotransmitter that helps two people bond. This is the person, Dr. Hewlett, that's their comments on this. But while they can make us feel blissful, they can also result in a loss of appetite, inability to concentrate, difficulty falling asleep, and over time, however, these effects tend to subside. So, in these steps here, they're talking about one of the steps is called limerence, an addiction to love.
Okay.
For some people, love sickness goes beyond butterflies. It may induce physical effects like heart palpitations, shortness of breath, stomach pain, loss of sleep, depression, all of which may persist. Yeah, all of which may persist and prevent you from functioning normally. Also known as limerence, this condition is marked by extreme attraction to another, as well as an obsessive need to have feelings returned. What he says is genetic levels of chemical called dopamine oxidase make some people more susceptible to addictions, which one of which can be love. People who experience limerence tend to constantly fall in and out of love and remain in enormous state of turmoil because of it. So that's the first one. What do y'all think about that before I go on? The physical that this whole thing can do to you if you are love struck, love sick, because there's a dark side.
Yeah, some of it wasn't necessarily dark. Like I've had the butterfly feeling, and it's only been like towards one person, so that's the trip. And I can honestly say I can pinpoint, like, maybe in my lifetime 3 people that I've been like really in love with. So I get that. And anybody in between, it was like, but 3 people in my actual that I actually, like have that feeling towards. But butterfly feeling only once, and I knew that there was something about that. But that's not really. I just wouldn't get in that depression part unless it's
if the feelings are not returned and things are not on that basis. Well, and what it's also saying is this is not something for everyone. The whole lovesick, love struck is not everyone. It's an audience of people that suffer. That's basically what they're saying with that limerence. It's just a certain select audience that suffers. You know.
I'm gonna say this because I was actually, I was watching one of these dagnab TV shows, SVU. No, Criminal Minds. It was Criminal Minds between the young lady agent, the blonde haired agent, and LeMontagne or Fontaine, whatever his name was, the guy from whatever. And it baffles me how she wanted her love life to be private because she says she's around a bunch of profilers that get in your business, right? And he was like, "You ain't told your friends about me. You ain't told them about me." You know what I'm saying? So that I'm sitting here getting mad, like, yo, quit being a little, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm gonna tell you right now, women, it's just one of these things, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. From my experience, when women get that joy, they want to share it with their friends, with whomever. They want the world to know. But a man who's in love with a woman, he don't talk about the woman he love like that. He don't share her with the world like that. He may profess and be like this, that, and the other to trusted agents. But he not just finna sit there and just be bragging about his old lady and how she do this and how she do that, because other people are listening and they might be trying to take, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, men are, possessive, physical, or whatever. So he trying to share that like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's why I put in the little chat thing, I put telling folks, and I noticed this now, prior to technology, the only people that knew you was with somebody, you was in love, was the folks you told or your close friends. Now social media come into play. Why you don't post me? Why you don't tell nobody? Well, shit. What's between me and you was supposed to be between me and you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. That motherfucker, man, you don't post no pictures of me. You don't tell. Now, before technology came out, you didn't give 2 shits about who knew. As long as we told somebody and everybody, that's why you walk in public holding hands and this, that, and the other. But now you want to make a post, put it on Facebook.
It's all about status, baby. It's all about status. You know what I mean?
I want other people to see that I got somebody. You know what I mean?
I'd rather keep it private.
When they got it on Facebook or something like that, and they're showing hearts and they're telling them they love you and that, I feel like that's romantic. If you're with that person every day in the same room with them, communication. We talked about communication. If it ain't there, well, I mean, what's the point?
Right.
But whose else business is it besides you two?
Exactly.
Some people.
And look, the more people you have in your business, the more that I think that's the more ammo you're giving other people to use against you in your relationship. Because as soon as you post on there, just say you post 7 days of good days or 6 good days. And then on Sunday, you post that one time y'all have an argument or something, or you put an emoji up there that's showing you feel a certain type of way. That's exactly when a nigga gonna slide in your DM. You need a shoulder to cry on. You need a shoulder to cry on.
Come
You
on.
know that's how they.
Yeah, a dude will surely quickly try to become your friend if you think there's an opening somewhere.
I mean,
and then
especially people with dimples.
you know what I'm saying? And then you'll have that, and then for
them two right there.
For men, they'll have
them two.
They'll have hey, big head. They'll get them big head messages. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
yeah, you show. Hey, big head, what you doing?
but see, yeah, right. Because I'm just that type of person. I mean,
Veronica got her head right over.
We've been together. No, I had to move my hand.
Yeah.
We've been together 11 years. And out of that 11 years, I bet you birthdays, Valentines, Mother's Day, I bet you I probably got something maybe about 4 times. Out of 11 years. And this man's
talking about gift stuff or something.
So maybe you were love stuck. Maybe you are love stuck.
He's not romantic at all.
Right.
And then I get on Facebook and I see the weddings. I see how guys propose.
Outside influence, though. Outside influence shouldn't dictate your inside type.
I watch movies on. I watch these movies on TV. I mean, and I be like, really? Where that happen at? Because it don't happen here.
See, let me tell you something. As a man, that if you want to start an argument, compare your relationship to somebody else.
Don't do that.
And can I just add this really quick?
Okay.
When I first started out in my relationship, this is from my experience. My wife was 128 pounds when I met her. When she got with me, she got complacent and got good because she didn't have to do nothing. I was the provider. I pretty much made it to where if she wanted to work, she could, but she didn't have to. So in her getting comfortable, she just decided to not be that love-struck person that I met anymore, and she gained 80 pounds. And she started feeling a certain way about herself and the way she looked. Even though I told her every day that I woke up, baby, you're beautiful, I love you. Every day I complimented her because she's still the woman that I was in love with, even though she was insecure about herself. So why do people get in relationships and then let themselves go to something and not be that attractive person anymore to keep that attention that you had me love struck with in the first place?
But you still want. That was
you still want.
I always told
me ATL. He'll be out here because you gain that 80 pounds of ATL, your ass is getting replaced. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to be ugly. I'm just being real.
But I'm gonna tell you this though. But it ain't all about. I say it ain't all about. But that's what people been programmed to believe. That whole Hollywood construct of what beauty is, and this is my argument. If at birth all you saw were big, beautiful women, and that's all that was broadcast across TV, we would think that big, beautiful women was the ideal construct of beauty, and that anything that wasn't that was the undesirable.
But it's not a matter of being a big, beautiful woman or not. It's the fact of when I said what I said just now, it's the fact when a person becomes complacent in a relationship. That's what I was speaking on.
Okay.
That's what I spoke on. I don't care because she might have met her at 300 pounds, 400 pounds, 500 pounds. But if she becomes complacent and she changes anything in that complacency, she don't want to do her hair no more. She don't want to do this no more. I said in places like this in my city, your ass will get replaced. And I've seen it. I've seen it happen time and time again right here. It doesn't matter what the way it is. It could be, you could be pencil thin and all of a sudden you don't want to brush your teeth no more. You don't want to comb your hair no more. It could be any of that. And because of that complacency,
because she had me doing everything at the point now. Like she don't have to put on makeup anymore. She don't have to go get a pedicure every 2 weeks or 3 weeks like she was doing the shit. She just, all that shit stopped. And it's like, well, shit. Like, why?
Hey, I'm tell you now, I ain't got time for no yuck mouth. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way in hell you finna be like, hey, boo, you don't get your halitosis ass up out my face. We finna have a problem.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Mike,
Point.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that I was gonna go to the next point for the 7 signs.
Yeah, we kind of got off track.
But before we go, I do want to say this. I was thinking back about that Facebook thing, and when you look at social media, look at not only how many people, individuals, look at how many couples, look at how many families put on shows on social media. They put on full-fledged shows on social media to get those numbers. So what I had learned, I did it one time only, and I learned. My mentor told me coming into entertainment 30 some years ago, he said, keep your private life private. People never know who I'm dating or anything like that. I've done it for years, but I took one time and I put in a relationship on Facebook. And then a couple of days later, I took it off. You know how many people hit me and said, girl, what happened? Girl, what happened? Because they are so caught in that, of seeing that type of thing. And I said, oh, you let yourself slip. You never put stuff out there like that. And I never put it out there again, because I got to keep that wall up of, what is going on in my personal world. I can't do that social media somebody thing. Should I do it on YouTube? Okay, go ahead. I'm going to go ahead on the article if y'all caught that. Y'all can't catch that. But anyway, the second one is, or is this the third one? This might be the third one right here. Second or third. Post-breakup heartbreak. Anyone who's been, oh gosh, wait a minute, something popped up in the middle of the page. Okay, anyone who's been through a bad split can attest to breakups that may take a powerful toll on health. There's a recent study in the Journal of Psychology that showed that 58% of participants experience serious breakup after effects, depression, insomnia, distressing thoughts about a lost love. Not to mention, you lose those powerful love hormones that we talked about just now. And this is the quote from the Dr. Hewlett. Instead of pleasure, you may feel depression, stress, turmoil. Some people, the loss can feel as devastating as the death of a loved one. So it takes most people 6 to 24 months to get over an emotional breakup or a failed relationship. But if you're having trouble functioning in your daily life, they're suggesting that you seek help. So what do you all think about this? That's another dark sign to post-breakup heartbreak. That's another dark sign of being someone who is love-sick or love-struck. What do you all think of that one?
I look at something like that as the same way I look at as abuse. The same amount of time that you suffered the damage is the same amount of time it takes you to heal from that damage. And when I say heal, it takes you equal to, or maybe a little bit more or some less, depending on your coping mechanisms, to get back to a baseline. Not even above it, just a baseline, back at the zero, if you will. Because at this point, you got your heart broke, you down here. Takes you that much equal amount of time to get back here, and then anything after that puts you above the line. The moment you experience something similar or the same or worse from where you have gone, like they say, it's a relapse or whatever they call it, like a relapse. You end up either back here or back below, and then you got to start all over again. That's why a lot of people are hesitant to even get back into it, because they get to a place and that's where they learn self-value, and they be like, you know what, I don't ever want to feel that again. So I'm gonna put this wall up, and I'm gonna have to have a jackhammer, and then a whole bunch of other power tools to get through this here. You know what I'm saying? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Veronica, you kind of saying something like that a little while ago. Maybe, perhaps, kind of, sort of, a little bit. she ain't saying nothing, but
She looking.
I say if you tired of starting over, quit giving up. I heard somebody say that the other day. If you tired of starting over, quit giving up. But if you are having if you are depressed after a breakup, and Mike was telling me I needed to cry to heal, but I said I'm not going to cry any more tears of sorrow, of hurt, or pain for that relationship. I'm going to cry tears of joy because I got away with my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
My emotions are on the back burner when it comes to my life. Like, I feel like my nieces and nephews and my mama, you know, my daddy, you know, my family, they love me too, you know, and more so than the woman who was doing them bad things to my soul and shit. So no, I'm not gonna harm myself, put myself through any more depression or agony, dealing with that relationship that I knew already wasn't going to work. But I tried to make it work for the sake of somebody else so they would get off my back and quit telling me I'm going to hell, you know, fucking with my spirit and my peace. So I felt like I got rescued. You know, when I got my walking papers, I call it the walking paper crusades. I was elated to get that chance to take that exit. You know, I didn't have to come up with an excuse or something or try to, you know, make a reason to break up. As soon as that window of opportunity came, when the straw broke the camel's back, if you will, I was out of there.
Yeah, and when I was talking to him, you know, trying to, you know, walk and talk through that, because I've been there before and I know what that pain feel like. My whole thing was you have to deal with what you're going through. To pass it off like it's not existence, it's there. You have to deal with it. So my thing was cry, do whatever you need to do to process those feelings because they exist. They're there. Right? So cry it out, yell, scream.
Don't be seeing my feelings. Don't be seeing my feelings.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So that was my thing because we are taught to hold stuff in. And, you know, black women are always told you a strong black woman. Don't cry. Don't do this. Hey, man, you're a man. Stand up. We don't cry. Get over that shit. There's more fish in the sea.
We suffer in silence.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Relax, peace.
That's what
and
I'm
I
saying.
think it's been more healthy for people, especially Black men, to realize that all of that was just something that was put upon you. And that is, people have healthier relationships these days because they have realized that it's okay to be emotional. You know, that we are people too. We can't bottle everything up. That's not healthy. That shit ain't healthy at all.
But I will say this: if you were not love struck, or if you were not invested, or if you did not care, you wouldn't even feel those feelings.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Which brings me to the go, Bridget.
I left my ex. I went through like that same process. It was really like a grief process of grieving someone like they had died. But I allowed myself to feel like everything from the pain, the loss, the hurt, the anger, the hatred. I allowed myself to feel everything in those moments. I didn't hold back at all. Just because I need that time and that space to let it all out. And when I finally let it go, just like really let it go, I found a lot of peace within myself, and now I'm able to actually look back and be like, okay, yeah, I know this is God that allowed me to go through this, that allowed me to walk away from it, that allowed me to feel everything, because now, the emotional burden that I used to have, I don't have it anymore. The spiritual and the financial, like everything that I let go of, when I walked away from, now my life is truthfully five times better.
Right.
From the that I left. But it took me leaving and feeling all that pain and then letting it go to really see whether I had stepped out of. And so I don't feel like I should wait years and years to start over when it comes down to wanting to find love again, because I have pain that I had go. So I'm not gonna withhold myself back from someone who wants to be loved by me, and if someone wants to love me, and I'm gonna take it with both arms. It doesn't. But I know that what I used to have, I don't feel that anymore. So I'm gonna live life to the fullest.
Hey,
Exactly.
Miss Shamika is just hanging out. She's watching us. She's filling out her taxes. FYI. But she left some comments. Would you like me to read these? Can I
Please.
read these?
Please.
Okay, Miss Shamika Nicole says, Miss Veronica, God got you, and yes, he will send you the love that you desire.
Thank
And
you.
Shamika says, mean to my soul, best statement of the night so far. Thank you, Miss Shamika. She also said, rent that room. My rule is
rent that room.
Oh,
Yeah.
check this out though. In reference to your 3 rules, Michael and Miss Tanya, her rule is after the first time you're hurt. That thing is hers after the first time.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Hold on.
You ain't
Oh, she's taking claim after the first time. What she's saying?
After the first time, she got some snappers, so that means you ain't going nowhere.
She got that gorilla glue. She got that gorilla glue. Ooh.
You really love stuff. You really love stuff. Yeah. So yeah, she says, if the first time, that's because I've already decided I want more than a one night stand. Understandable. You know, okay, so she gonna make you wait for it.
Yeah.
You know. Okay. If a man is a physical, then they need to keep that same energy when their woman is giving up her juice box. But men tend to get emotional when they learn another man has given up. You know what I mean? So I agree with that. When men out there doing their dirt, they call the player. But as soon as they woman go out and do it, she called a hoe or a slut. And it shouldn't be a double standard.
And I will say this. I have always said that if a female is out there doing the same thing that a man doing, she, independent, taking care of herself, taking care of kids, and ain't nothing suffering, and she out there, getting it in, that woman is a person who knows what she wants out of life, and she wants to feel physical joy within her spirit.
She's a human.
You get what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you like this, and I always say compare things to the animal kingdom. When you look at the animal kingdom, them male bulls and the male lions, they taking care of the herd. You hear me? And them women, instead of her trying to wait on the alpha male, you think she ain't getting popped off up with the rest of the pride of the herd? Somebody getting somebody else. And guess what? In order to do it, just like in real life, they gotta give access, so they're not keeping it. So, but what I'm saying is they're doing what they're doing, and they're still effectively contributing to the herd, to the pride, and everybody get everybody a benefit.
Everybody eat.
Okay. On that note, why and coochie pride? Let me get on over here to this article again.
He said coochie.
Lion coochie pride.
Thank you for your comments, Miss Shamika.
You finished with the comments? Were you finished with the comments?
Oh yeah. Her last one was to Veronica. It says, have you told him what you like as it pertains to being romantic?
All the time, Shamika, but it's like it goes in one ear. What he got going on comes before anything else.
I'm gonna have to send you this book.
What he got going on, his weed and other stuff come before anything else that goes on in this house. So therefore, it's time to go.
I've been there, and I agree.
Years of it.
How you just gonna turn your camera on, talking about, girl, I'm with you on that one.
Hey,
like that.
Yeah, she goes around the corner with that.
He keep claiming that he loved me. Love me.
Read Proverbs.
Yeah.
Go to Proverbs on him.
I got to go. I can't. I'm tired of that.
Yeah,
I grew up from that. I'm trying to get into church. I'm trying to get back into the church. I'm trying to do better things. We're getting older. I'm 55 years old. I'm just trying to do things different than what I did 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Give some love to yourself. Give some love to yourself. Save some for
self-love.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Love
Miss
oneself.
Miss Walker, the one thing that helped me walk away was I was homeschooling my kids. And so I took them through Proverbs as a devotional every morning. And so from Proverbs 1 to the last one, the first to the last chapter, I read them all to them. And it's like every chapter I read something that reminded me of what I was going through. And it really is a guide to know what way to go. If you're doing this, if you're doing ABCD, you're going the wrong way, you're gonna end up in a ditch somewhere. If you're going this route and you're doing the right things, you're following wisdom and knowledge, you're gonna end up on this path. And so everything that I read, I was comparing myself to my husband or my ex-husband now. And it seemed like while I was trying to do the right things, everything the Bible was saying that he the wrong way, the wrong things to do, he was doing them. And so by the last chapter, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give him a little bit more time. And if he don't get it together, then I gotta go. And from that point on, God, show me what to do. Show me what to do. I promise you, he showed me within that was like August. By December 22nd, I was gone. God gave me my out.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this here, man. Somebody, she just said it, and I think a lot of us say this, and not even realize we say it. First thing come out our mouth is, "I'm gonna give a little bit more time. I'm gonna give it another week. I'm gonna give it about another month. I'm gonna give it to this time." Right? Because we still have hope, and all you're looking for is progress. Right? That's all you're looking for, and that'll make you stay another 12, 13 months or whatever, right?
Oh, let me tell y'all.
Then
I don't know if I've really been talking and telling y'all what's been really going on. Tanya know, but everybody else don't really know.
Yeah, but you don't have to tell
you
them
remember
what it is unless you're willing to share.
I'm getting ready to share. I'm ready to share.
Okay.
Y'all know that I had my friend, he was here with me, and he got sick and he left. And I had to do some cleaning up my house. Y'all remember I kept telling y'all I had to do a whole lot of cleaning in my house. Well, I had to get used to me being here by myself. I had to love me.
Right.
And from that time on until up to when it snowed, I was by myself. I was just getting into the habit of being by myself and loving myself.
Right.
Then he came to visit that weekend, and all hell broke loose. Oh, hell no, you got to go.
Yeah.
You got to go. I got to the point where it's like I felt myself slipping. Therefore, I'm trying to get myself back together.
You valued self-love and self-peace, that inner peace that you found or that you was getting used to. And you make a good point.
Yeah.
A lot of us don't even take that time to heal. We go from X to next because of that codependency. We go from X to next because of fear of being alone, codependency, or whatever the case may be, instead of actually taking that time to discover oneself.
That's what I go through. That's what my love struck is ending.
Well, I tell you that some of these things, let me get my next sign in here because the next sign kind of deals with that. The next sign of the 7 signs here is broken heart syndrome. And it says, imagine this scenario. An elderly man passes away suddenly, and then a few days later, his broken-hearted wife of 60 years has chest pain. Known in the medical community as stress-induced cardiomyopathy, broken heart syndrome mimics symptoms of a heart attack, including shortness of breath, chest pain, heart failure, and a feeling of impending doom. According to a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, which looked at 19 women without existing heart disease, the overwhelming stress of heartbreak can cause the body to release hormones that may be responsible for this palpable reaction. This stress reaction causes the blood to form tiny cuts that can actually trigger a heart attack.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh
It's real.
wow.
And
My
that is that is prominent, and that's prominent. I have a heart condition based on one of the terminology she used. It's prominent, and it goes undetected. So if you ever felt shortness of breath, dizziness, and all this other stuff, and passed out and not know why, go get checked for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. That's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? And as I say, as Black folk, we come into the world with stress. Then we try to balance life. We try to love and go through those things. And the stress that comes with love, believe me, that's positive and negative stress. But the stress that comes with love, that's why they tell you it's all infecting the heart. It weighs on heavily on your heart. You never know.
It does.
You never know how much it's affecting you, and what help or hindrance it may be doing to you.
So are we doing the right thing by searching for love anyway? I mean, the Bible does say, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and then all other things will be added to thee. I'm just saying, should we be actually
seeking? Let it happen. You can put yourself out there, but you just got to let it happen, not go looking for it.
Oh, perfect segue, guys.
But do you really know what you're looking for? This is what I always learn. It's like they say, why do you look if you really don't know what you're looking for? Most people don't know.
Yeah, if you go looking, you don't. I'm just saying, I put myself out there. Like, put your energy, put your presence, put your
that's it. Put your energy out there.
What you're doing to better yourself or to pour into yourself. When you start moving and showing your glow, then somebody's gonna pick up on that. I know for me, my sister keeps telling me to put myself, but I don't even put myself out there. I don't know. I'm just not putting myself out there. I'm moving.
Hey.
And then most of the time I'm in mama, teacher, sister, whoever, prayer warrior mode or something like that. But I'm definitely not really throwing myself out there because I guess I'm still in that mode of learning more about myself and loving myself more because I'm definitely gaining and growing in that confidence with it. I call it confidence within myself.
So is that still self-love if you're neglecting letting a man love you? Because if a man and a woman are supposed to be together and my energy matches yours, right? And I'm supposed to be able to provide for you and nurture and care for you like the universe is made for us to do. If you got your wall up, right, and you're doing, and are you really self-loving yourself? You think you're self-loving yourself by creating that wall, but are you really doing it because you're neglecting to let me love or let a man love you the right way that he can or possibly can?
Let me throw this out there. I'm not putting up no wall. My mind has been on just kids, work, all that other stuff. I have that desire to want to start to be in something with a guy, but I'm not really like throwing myself out there or making it really known. But I don't have no wall up. Trust me.
Hey,
if I see and he come along, hey, what's on and popping? Let's
I am Margo.
Hey, mankind shall be noticed and glorified by their efforts and their good works. You know what I'm saying?
Say that again.
And mankind shall be. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you, mankind should be. What is that noise? Am I hearing something here? Is that me?
Yeah, it's come back again. That noise has come back again.
Yeah.
But I do have a comment, and it's not, I'm not picking at you guys or anything like that, but why is it that men always think that a woman is shutting down because she has chosen to get herself together and do her thing, do her work, love herself and all that, and because I always feel like that I'm not looking, but it's going to come to me because it's like, I always tell people all the time, it's like God has them in the oven, he's baking, And when he finished baking, the little bell ding gonna go off, and he gonna come find me in his gingerbread self. I tell people that all the time.
So it's funny. It's funny because a lot of people will sit there and say, well, we programmed to believe this and we programmed to believe that, but I believe something different. But yet and still, the reason they reject and the reason they act the way they are is because they themselves are still going into that condition of programming. Believe it or not. So you can sit there and say, not you personally, I'm just saying in general, so don't take it personal. Don't take nothing personal. Right. But but people will sit there and say that it's that, this, and it's not that. But that's exactly what it is. Now, it is self-preservation. That's what it is. It's not personal. Some men be like, oh, she putting up a wall. No, she just didn't choose you, pimp. You know what I mean? She just didn't choose you and your feelings hurt. So now instead of just saying,
back in the day, I knew myself enough to be like, in the midst of even some years back, 10, 11, however many years it was, when I was going through my separation and divorce, dudes were trying to holler at me, and it wouldn't like, I say, I'm not emotionally in a position to do that. Not that I'm necessarily trying to block you, but I ain't trying to bring you a suitcase full of mess. So
okay. A
lot of baggage, right? A lot of baggage, right?
Want this craziness right now.
Thank you.
I don't want to do that to you, sweetie.
After my divorce,
Go
ahead. You got it.
On the flip side of that, it's like as women, as single women, now we're single women with kids. So now we have,
and it's a lot more. You just can't throw anybody that's
so like we can want a relationship all day long and won't settle for anything, but at the same time we'll wait. But in the midst of us waiting and getting ourselves together, we know that, okay, if somebody comes along, we still have to protect our kids at all costs.
Right.
So
and guess what? Guess what? After my first divorce, you know what I'm saying? When I say first, but after my divorce, I became, I was a single father.
Yeah.
I was a single father. So for me, when y'all see my passion behind certain arguments, I'm not trying to hear that, young lady, because guess what? I was a single father, and the first thing I told a female after my divorce was kind of what you said, Margo. Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I just got out of divorce. I ain't mentally or emotionally able to give you what you're looking for. The only thing you're gonna get from me is a good time and some hard, whatever else, right? And I did that for your
protection.
Sake.
Yeah, your safety.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but a lot of times when I hear, the whole man versus woman thing about this, that, and the other, and they be like, oh, well, I'm like, well, I was a single parent. I was there, so I totally get it. But I'm in those shoes, and I still think different.
This. I still listen to y'all, but you're like you had your woes, your things. I look at myself. I didn't have the woes or things. I just made decisions.
Yeah,
I didn't have the divorce or the kids or anything like that. I just made decisions. I made decisions to be healthy, a healthy me.
Right.
And
what was your life experiences? I will ask you that. Now, you don't have to get in detail about whether they were good or bad, but I'm saying
my life experiences, I never got too close. I never got too deep. Mine was about my business. I spent so much time focusing business-wise for a lot of years. I wouldn't even let too many people get too close, because when I let too many in too close, they tried to change my route. They tried to deviate what I was doing. I have heard, it started from the very beginning. My boyfriend that I had at the very beginning,
like they wanted to take over that part of your life.
Right. But see, the thing is, she had something that she valued. And then she was protecting that thing that she valued at a very early age, which has become her centerpiece. We live in the living room. We talking about centerpieces. So you know what I'm saying? So she protected her centerpiece. And she, remember we was talking about how when you learn inner peace or learn, whatever that value is, you protect it at all costs.
Yeah.
Right.
So she learned early, and it has become her way of life.
God put a promise in my heart many years ago.
Right,
and I don't talk about the full thing, but the promise in my heart is to see the things that we have planned to be created and to flourish. And so I didn't worry about people in relationships unless they said the right things, behaved in the right way. Now, because it doesn't matter what the mouth said, it's really your behavior when you walk in the right way. Because when you start off in the business and you have a person physically try to keep you out of the business, I mean, physically fighting you, do stuff to my car. I learned from the very first of my being in the industry that some people, the ones standing beside you, can be your worst enemy. And I chose to block all of that out to go with my passion projects, the promise that God had put in my heart. Now, I'm not saying I'm blocking anybody else. I mean, anybody can go. Anybody who, is not going to try to stand in the way.
What you say? She say, hey, look, I'm here to bring all the love.
That's worthy.
Love you want to give, bring it.
As long as you're not trying to stop me and God's project.
Right.
I wanted to address something that Veronica said earlier and that some of y'all responded to when y'all were talking to her about her particular situation. And
Margo,
I think
what you got in the man cave? What's that behind it moving?
Oh, it's on your camera a little bit. Probably a shelf or something.
Oh yeah, that's my little shelf right here. My bad.
I started saying, what's in the man cave?
Yeah. So, but it was what Veronica stated and what a lot of people responded with. And I shared this the other night because I was up watching these late night infomercials, and it got stuck on a gospel channel, right? And the guy's name, because I got to give credit to who I'm about to quote, is named Mike Murdoch. But basically, and I'm gonna just keep it short because I had a lot of stuff I took from that 2-3 hour infomercial church session. But he said this, and it stuck with me because I was like, man, you know what? I in some way, form, or fashion, alluded to this when we talk about reasons and seasons. But he said it in a way that I think makes a lot of sense. He said, if God wants to bless you, he adds someone to your life. If he wants to protect you, he takes them out of your life or takes someone out of your life. You know what I mean? And then he followed up with this. He said, subtraction is just as important as addition. See, we're always seeking to add, but we never want to let anything go. So he said,
you all
subtraction.
have like cleaning seasons.
Yeah. So watch this. He said, subtraction is just as important as addition, as the bathroom is just important as the kitchen. Now you got to marinate on it. Hey, you got to marinate on that to see what that even means.
That's clever,
right?
That's clever.
Because when think about your body, when you add, when you subtract. Come on now.
Yes. I mean, I have had some cleaning seasons I didn't even actively do. I have watched some things and I noticed at that moment, I said, oh, that's just God removing individuals from around me. You know, and I just sit and I let it happen because I have a thing that I've always said with God, and I'll share this. I always say, God, if this person is not for me, please remove them quickly and easily. And he's a faithful God, and he always removes those beings that are not there unless they're staying a little longer to teach me something. You know, someone is brought there to teach me something, because I went through a period of time of prophets and seers, and those prophets and seers would come and give me messages. And like I told y'all before, I know we talked about this before, when they tried to stay and figure it out, it always went wrong, because that was not what they were told to do. They were told to come bring me that message and get carry their tail on. But they tried to hang around and find out the reason, you know, and whatever it was, it could be a person of the cloth, it could be anybody. I asked for them to be removed, and he's faithful, because that was that's that whole thing season. But you know what, y'all need to get back to this other one, this next thing, because I want to finish this article. The post-sex blues. Feeling so after a not so great sexual encounter is one thing. But according to a recent study published in the journal of Sexual Health, 1 in 3 women has experienced feelings of sadness and depression right after a romp in the hay, even when that sex was satisfying. Normally, sex produces feelings of happiness and elation. But for reasons that researchers have not yet pinpointed, some women experience just the opposite, a state called postcoital dysphoria. Also known as post-sex depression. This condition is marked by feelings of, stop it, Michael, feelings of sadness, anxiety, regret, and irritability. Dr. Hewlett suggests that people prone to mood swings may be more sensitive to withdrawal from surges of oxytocin, which is very pleasurable but short-lived. So, what do y'all think about that?
I think that could be true, and I just want to take a shot at it. It could be because it's not necessarily the one you really wanted to be with in that. It might have been fun, it might have been good, the thought might have been there.
I got a reason too.
It ain't the one you have that for.
Fantasize about.
Here's the other thing.
I've been through
The
it.
other thing is the act, but the act brings you that closeness. Remember
that act.
The act brings you that closeness that you want. And a lot of women want that. They want that closeness, and then the act is over, and they're by themselves.
Hey, look, that and what you said, Tanya, Margo, what you said. See, people want the name brand, but they got to get great value. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
I just bought this loaf because it's the last loaf that's on the
You know what I'm saying?
But that ain't this is birds. This is whatever
Hey,
it
look
is.
here. You go in there and you end up getting you get the market brand, you know what I'm saying, or the store brand versus the market brand, and you know, and then that connection. I have heard women say that they desire a connection with the person they're with. And like you say, sometimes they want the closeness and the body and the warmth of something. And that's not to say that they out there just going ham, but it's a connection. So it's like, man, I'm with you, I'm vibing with you, but I don't feel like you in it the way that I'm in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it felt good. Everything was amazing. But like you said, what's gonna happen after this? Like Shamika said, she already planned ahead. That she trying to have this more than just one time. So that's a perfect example. It too. It's kind of everything that everybody just put out there.
But I'm speaking from experience. I have experienced that before because you actually like that person. You want that person to be there, to stay there, and that person has separated from you. And that separation from that individual can cause that depression. That's just real.
I don't know if I was depressed, but I was disappointed in the fact that I have OCD. So hygiene is a very important thing. Certain smells throw me off. Certain things that I see will throw me off, you know what I mean? So sometimes I think women feel insecure about certain noises that happen during intercourse, and then that makes them feel a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, because I've had some moments like that where women were embarrassed because of noises and, wetness and stuff. And I'm like, you know what? The wetter the better type shit. Like, leave that alone. And it's just like, I guess the more physical things about it, people are insecure about those physical things about sex, but shit happens.
I can dig that.
I mean, I don't know. I can see. I'm just trying to figure out, when you finna get depressed because your coochie farted, or you know what I'm saying, or someone.
Yes, I didn't want to say that, but
come on, man, we got shit.
Yes.
That's the one who's not mature in their sexuality. If you get upset, you're not mature.
So, and I'm gonna tell you right now where this whole conversation is one-sided, because all we keep saying is how a woman feels. You know what I'm saying?
How does a man feel, Michael?
No. He Shelton shared his feeling. It ain't about a man feel. It's just about. Hey, y'all got brothers and uncles and everything else. Y'all have seen people go through heartbreak and suffering. What did they share with you, or what do you know about how, or instances of how a man felt, or in a heartbreak, or the person that you broke up with, if you was friends with them, how did they feel, or what did they tell you? What made them feel so bad after the breakup?
Yeah, my brother broke down. His wife cheated on him with his best friend, or one of his best friends. And when all that happened, he went to his little corner, and his whole life has changed. Now he's he's an associate minister in the church. He works for the town of LaGrange. He works like with utilities or whatever. But his whole, from the brother that I seen, that I grew up with, he was the one going, we're going to get drunk tonight. We party until the sun come up. Da 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 da. Now, ever since that happened, they had 2 girls together, and now his whole life just completely changed. He's into the church.
Because he don't want his girls to be like that. He don't want his girls to grow up like that.
And I think I've only seen him with 2 women since that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was messing with him. I said, is this gonna be my next sister-in-law? He looked at me. He said, "Yo, sis, you know how I am. We're not gonna go there.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going there. I gotta take my time. You know what happened last time? I'm taking my time."
He has that wall up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's the safety wall because you got to have some time to heal and figure it out. Because I feel like
it's been some years now. It's been some years, but I think this wall is still up. It's still up.
And see that your brother's just the opposite of me, because he ran to Jesus or religion to help his relationship, or when his heart was broken, he ran to Jesus or religion to help him. Well, I prayed and cried for Jesus to intervene into my relationship. I won't ever ask any entity from a higher power to intervene in a relationship with me. You feel me? Like I don't think God looks down on relationships like that, because most relationships are superficial anyway. I don't think he looks down and intervenes in people's relationships anymore.
Because it's not just your twin flame. Remember your twin flame. You got to have the twin flame. Sometimes
absolutely.
That's my feeling. I'm sorry.
I'll say this though. I will say this.
Stance, but no, y'all go.
I'll say this because somebody said it earlier when you was like, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things will be provided unto you." Well, if you seek and love in somebody else and not the man he told you to be seeking from, then how is he going to intervene in your life?
Say one more time.
Huh? I said, if you said earlier, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be provided unto you." Well, if you're seeking love in somebody else and God ain't part of it, then how can he intervene in your life when you never made him part of it in the first place?
Well, if I come from the divine, he already supposed to be in my life.
Okay, hold on. This is what people do all the time, and I'm going crazy. I gotta intervene because this is what people do all the time. They separate God from themselves. They're like, God is over here. He's in the sky. He's in heaven. What's all that? What is all that? God is not a separate entity. You are the God He's in. He's inside. So that's the first mistake that people make is they make it a separate. He's already there all the time. He Father, Mother, God. So I can't say this. Father, Mother, God. Always so you can, there.
Right. Continue on, but watch this. If seek ye first the kingdom in heaven, and then all things will be provided unto you. Seek ye first yourself.
Right.
And through projection and the law of attraction, you were asking something that you already had within you. So the answer was within you, and you were looking for somewhere else when you already knew what the damn answer was.
So Miss Dixon she's doing the right thing by building herself up with her self-love. Margo, you doing the same thing with your self-love. So are you, Miss B, with your self-love, building yourselves up. Y'all are therefore seeking that kingdom within you. So a man gonna come to you like a moth to a flame, even.
That's built by the fire.
Come on, we'll get JJ in here to be
And I only say that, and I hope people don't think that I'm like emotional again, man. I'm passionate. Y'all should know that by now. I'm real passionate. But there's a lot of twisting and things that we can talk about, and without disrespecting somebody's core beliefs in something. You know what I'm saying? Certain things act as a guidance you know what I'm saying, or a tutor to help get you further to where you need to be as far as understanding. So depending on what you just,
you all know I try to stay safe, but you already know what I feel.
Come on out that box, girl. Come on.
That was built out there.
I just be listening. I don't necessarily
because
I just be listening, and I make my own, thoughts and determinations and decisions later. I take all angles. So I hope that people don't think
you do. Okay. All right. So you do.
Offended right off the bat. I'm listening.
Well, the thing is, I came back to do this show for a reason. I didn't come back to do this show to agree with people. I came back to do this show because I wanted to have a voice and start to get people to think. Because, like, some people want me to do just a solo spotlight where I'm just sitting talking to celebrities. I'm cool with that.
No.
But I like doing the forum because I get to speak, asking the right question. Right.
It's a critical thinking book. It's a critical thinking book, and I'm glad you said that, Miss Margo. I'm never trying to offend anybody's take or on religion, or I'm not trying to push my religion or spirituality on anyone.
Yeah, boy,
I just
been religious, so let's
and I know that I am, because when people start talking about like biblical things and all kinds of things like that, there's so much trickery that lays in those words. They flipped on different occasions.
They're ambiguous. Like,
what's in your heart? Yeah, what's in your heart? Don't tell me what's in your heart. Don't tell me what's in that book. Tell me what's in your heart. Because if you are of the spirit, you have learned a lot being of that spirit. You have
like we said before, people have their physical, mental, you know what I'm saying, emotional and spiritual, right? For some, their spirituality is religion, right? And so people try to connect the two. They hear spirituality and they automatically think religion.
I'm like, good luck.
Spirituality is something that makes you your best you, something that you go to or can revert to in the time of crisis or when you need to center self. For some, the spirituality is religion, and you can't take that or change that for nobody. You know what I'm saying?
And that's something I don't try to. Like I said, I came back to do this show.
But if it helps you, but if it helps you, I was just gonna say, if it helps you to be love struck or to be unstuck in love or whatever, then all power to you.
Of course. But like I said, I came back to do this show because I felt the need to speak about the unpopular voice and views. I don't go along with a lot of the popular stuff. I think that you need to speak other truths of the world and give people a chance to do one thing, to think outside of the box, to think outside of the control, because we know that we have control mechanisms that control every single day. And so I speak in ways that hopefully people will take it, think about it, go look it up or something like that. I might say a word here.
Individual getting their own understanding and be prompted to do research, to not take every word and just as that's the basis, and that's what it is.
Just say that one word.
Yeah,
it might just be one word that you say, what is that? And that might
go look it up.
The whole journey. Yes, it might lead you on the whole journey. Yeah. So I'm gonna say, exactly. Two more signs, y'all. I'm going through these signs kind of slow. So we got 2 more signs, and I'm gonna try to get through them here. This one is infectious depression. You can catch a cold from your partner, but did you realize that you can also catch depression? Those states of mind are not. Let me finish real quick. Those states of mind are not technically contagious. Research shows that someone with a blue mood can negatively impact the spirits of those around them. In fact, folie à deux, which is French for a madness shared by two, is a classic disorder in which two people in a relationship begin to mirror each other's expressions and moods. If one partner is depressed, the other may indeed begin to experience that depression. Fortunately, by urging your partner to get help, you may start to feel better too. So
I believe in that.
Margo,
I believe. Go ahead, Margo.
I agree, because there's a negative fear and things that people carry, and souls speak before people do. There's some people you see and you can just feel that energy and be like, something ain't right about
That was
them.
deep right there.
And where you like,
Hey, that was deep.
you know, souls speak before people do actually speak. So when you run into that and you recognize it, it's best for you to make a decision to be away from it. That heaviness comes on you, and you start to, like you said, mirror the same things. You start to get this stink face, and that everything's irritating you because it's like that person's everything is just kind of taking over who you are, or what you were feeling before they even showed up just then got dismissed. So
it challenges what your current state, and then you defend your current state. Because remember, through psychology, anything that interferes with your right to exist, you will defend. So if you see, if that mood of transference of energy is embarking upon your thing, then you know what I'm saying, you end up defending it. You ever caught yourself going into a relationship saying, "Baby, what's wrong? Baby, what's wrong? Something look like wrong. You all right? You okay? I can tell your mood change. Nothing." And then the moment you stop asking what's wrong, then they want to share with you what the hell is wrong. Like, nah, the moment passed. I'm through with this shit.
Yeah. Like, I was there for a moment to hear it, but now you took too long. Like, that's all right. Or the guy's looking like, do I need to fix something? Do I need to do something? What is it? And it's like, okay.
Male programming to provide, protect, and procreate. And protection, if we see something wrong or think something's wrong, our thing is there's an issue and I want my gal to be happy, so I need to fix that so she can be happy. When a lot of the times in
you
women
just want to be heard.
There you go.
All right. Well, I got one more here.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, ma'am. I was just gonna say, like, why is it? I'm looking at all the faces on there, and you know, we're all of the same ethnicity, of somewhat of that nature, and we seem to be having relationship problems. You know, all of us are not problems, but we've all been through them.
Yeah.
Is this something that's just plaguing our community, or is this, you know, in the Latino community? Is this in the Caucasian, Albion communities?
It exists through all communities.
And I say this, I say that because it's like white people. When white people have babies, everybody gets together and they all happy and they're praising it and they're having big parties and they're doing that. But when a black person have a baby, it's like, you know, like they have to worry about if they're gonna abort it or not, if the baby gonna be there, we gonna put them on child support type shit. It's like a curse for a black baby to be born, but a blessing for a white kid to be born. It's just
that
fucked
goes
up,
to,
you know.
That goes to that whole thing that I've always felt in a same kind of way, where it would be like it's a scenario between a man and a woman. You tell the white guy that the baby is coming, and they rejoice, but you tell the black guy, oh hell, you know, it's a different thing. So why do our people have that kind of stress? Is it because of our other societal pressures? What is it that causes that? I would say societal pressure.
The Willie Lynch syndrome.
It dates
the Willie Lynch syndrome.
So it's yeah. It's
the Willie Lynch syndrome.
I can see what you're saying, Michael.
Is that mythical though? Because there is a
that's a
you
book.
Know
that's a book that was written by a man back in the 1800s, I believe. I don't want to misquote, but basically he's just the making and breaking of a slave, and he started with the black family. You take the biggest, baddest man that's supposed to be the leader of the pack. You take him, you tar him, you feather him, you rape him, you do whatever, you humiliate him. And a mother's first thing, what she'll do, if she has a son, she will clutch her son. You see what they did to your daddy, or you see what they did to him? You need to mind them people. So now she's going to raise the child to be submissive because she don't want him to have to go through that. And then, so now they split up the family. And here's where it is introduced way back then. You don't need him. You're a strong black woman. You can do it on your own. And then they give that woman all the advantages and assistance and everything like that, and say, if you can do this. Now, I'm gonna only provide this for you as long as you stay single and by yourself. You see what I'm saying? So now when you look at government assistance, you can only be on it if a man don't stay with you. And if a man enters your house, they take away your entitlements.
Exactly.
And so fast forward now,
recidivism.
So fast forward now you hear the term when you go to school, you go to their schoolhouse, you mind them teachers, you do what they tell you.
Be sweet, baby. Be sweet.
Come on, man. And so fast forward, learning how to love and everything else, these things have just kind of been passed on and passed on and passed on. And look, it's 2022 and the shit still exists.
And we still getting our ass beat.
So there's validity in that man's book. There's validity in that man's book.
It's the programming. Right. See, we've been programmed as a people in general, but of course, within our races, we have programming that has worked against us as well. And unfortunately, I can't say too much about this tonight, but you will also learn that even in our community, the programming that we have received, we have believed and received and accepted folks as leaders in our Black community who are not leaders at all. We have gone behind them. Yeah. They're elitists.
They're elitists. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
And I would say
supported them, and we cheer for them and everything, but they ain't done jack shit for us.
And I will say,
and keep us down.
And I will say this though, even though we possess the knowledge now to know that certain things were, a lot of people know that they won't want what once was shall be no more, but they continue to allow the past to still be present. Yes. So we never get to we never make futuristic changes.
It's like, well, you know what? Remember, I told you some of those things are going to be forced upon us, right? It's going to happen. You're going to have no choice but to rock and roll with it. But it's because we had this talk behind the scenes. So let me see if I can say it in a way that it's supposed to be said. There was design. And some things have been pushed out there in the last couple of months that have been absolutely ridiculous. But because people are so programmed, they let it happen. They let these things go, knowing what they're seeing is ridiculous. But that programming keeps them from waking up. And they did it on purpose to try to make you wake up. But there's been a forced attempt to make people wake up, but they haven't done it. So with all the stuff that is coming, you're going to be forced to wake up. You're going to be forced to see these things in our own communities that we have been programmed into. And it's going to be up to us as a community to change it, because we're no longer going to have great big governments anymore who do absolutely nothing. It's going to be about
I would say this. I would say this
real quick, Mike, before my phone died.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's a book I've been reading on, and it we can touch on it next time I visit with y'all, but Black Lies, White Lies by Tony Brown. Man, that book right there, it exposes a lot of these lies and a lot of these programmings or doctrines that have us sleep. And he is unsparing to the Black community. I'm the one, and I feel him in this aspect is we already know what the white man has done to us. We don't need to lay that out anymore. We already know what we're doing. What we need to do is have accountability in our own communities. And we need to deal with things ourselves. How can we expect, and you told me this, Mike, before I go, and I love y'all. How can we expect the person who's been taking from us all our existence to give us what we need? We'll be fools to sit up here to be expecting a handout from the oppressor who's been doing this to us, and they still want us to be oppressed.
Right. As a matter of fact, when we talked about the elitists, that's what they did too. They created that division and the elitists within our own communities, and now our people follow that. So we got a double-edged sword. We got
So I'll just say this here. All of that stuff, because I always get into the history and people try to say, "Oh, no, I'm not holding on." I will take accountability with myself and for my folks, but not everybody's on the same level. But I will say this: in order to understand where you're going, you got to first realize where you came from. And when you start talking about being love struck and love stuck, these are the things that have pre-positioned and been that have pre-programmed us to be in the current state that we are, to how we feel, think, and act about love. So either
we have time for one more.
Yeah, you would do. I'm that way I can minimize the rest of whatever.
Right, because I got one more here, and it's a short one.
My bad.
And this is important here. This last one is important. This is love, hate, hypertension. You love him not, or her. Beware your blood pressure level. A Brigham Young University study published in the Journal of Health Psychology revealed that being around people that you have mixed feelings about can actually be worse for your physical and emotional health than being around people that you flat out dislike. Researchers evaluated 100 people after different social interactions and hypothesized that the unpredictability of being around people that you have both positive and negative feelings about can stress you out, affecting your blood pressure as well as your anxiety levels. A stressful encounter causes the muscles to tense, but you're in your limbs, in your arteries, leading to rise in blood pressure. Okay? Go ahead.
That is true.
I can believe that.
I know some people that can get me there, and it get bad till I break out in hives where I start itching. And that's like, yeah, you'd be like, ooh, if they don't get it from around me, yeah.
I
gotta go. I'm itching. I gotta go.
I think like for me, you want to be able to see the good in people. You want to be able to see the good in everybody. But then you know that these people have a tendency about them to rub you the wrong way. If there's something that you know about them for a fact that rubs you the wrong way, or it's something that they have going on within them that you know, okay, something's just not right. Like your intuition kicks in and you're like, okay, something's just not right about this person. Like you want to be able to see the good, but something's just not right. And so when I find myself around people like that, I really just stay away. Like I would rather see the good in you from a distance than to really just deal with you. If I can't trust you around my space, so to keep my peace level, where I want it to be, I don't want you around.
Like I love you from way over there.
As much as I love to talk, if I get quiet around you and I sit back in the corner and I start just watching you, then I know that something ain't right about you. I got to go. Leave me alone. Let me figure this one out.
You've been looking at us all night like that. Is that what you feeling about us, Veronica? Okay. Look at the person looking right now. Look at it right now. She's been looking at us like that all night.
I feel like Miss Margo on this one. Like if I feel a person's energy when I step in a place, and if your energy not right, I'm getting up and moving. Even if I bought you a drink and I sat down next to you and the energy not right, you can have that drink, but I'll get up and I'll move. I don't stick it.
Happens at the most. That happens so much in church, like within the church construct. That's really why I don't like going. Well, that's one major reason, because every time I've been, like all the things I used to go to, every time I step to the building, you can just feel the negative energy, like you're speaking, talking about you or talking about somebody. Like you're supposed to be able to go to the house of God to worship God. And when you go there, all you feel is the negativity. It's like, why even be here? Right. But it happens so much, and it's still happening now. That's why people turn away from the church and God at the same time, because of what goes on inside the church building.
Gotcha. Sometimes people just don't get it. It's a lot to learn. There's going to be a lot to learn, and the learning curve. I can't wait to see how this transition. I tell you all the time, we're ascending as a planet, and I cannot wait till this transition starts happening to where people can really see it and feel it, because then you get to see who people really are.
Miss Dixon, you gotta step up on the game already, because you can do you make movies, and most people are visual learners. They're programmed to do what they see. So I feel like.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Veronica, I think Veronica says she has to go because I think she's peeling out right now. So come to the after show if you get a chance, Ronk. So maybe she can go ahead, Shelton.
I was just saying, you can show so many people, and we can get our message out there so much clearer and so much more effective, I believe, with the visual and putting ourselves on screen. You know,
Yes.
more Black actors on screen, more Black messages on screen, and we don't need to teach them. We don't need to teach them, ma'am.
We have definite plans to go that route. We have discussed it a lot, you know, my groups, about how to get these messages out there. And people, you're right, people are visual creatures. And I think about doing it in that way, because sometimes people, like the saying is, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Well, maybe that half of what they see can be the stuff that we put out to get folks to elevate their, you know, themselves, their vibration, raise their vibration, you know, and to learn more, to see more about themselves, see more about histories.
And not only will we be teaching our people, but we also going to be teaching the enemy who steals our shit and then uses it as their own. Exactly. Well, this right here is going to backfire on their ass, because the message that we put out there now, our own history, when they try to steal that and use it, it's only going to magnify what we're trying to do.
Yeah, well, you know, that was something that they learned from those. Remember, I talked about the false gods that the industry prayed to. The industry was controlled by them alphabet boys. You know what I'm talking about. I put it in the chat in a minute. So, you know, if you're dealing with an industry that's controlled on purpose, and they pray to the false gods, and they have the one who they pray to, the man, and they have to do these specific things. These things were controlled and contrived. It was done on purpose, and the stealing from us and all kinds of things, that was done on purpose, because that was meant to do something to our, not only to our talents and our products, but to our self-esteem and our drive and our whole thing to drive us down, because, you know, they want you to stay in a certain place. Remember, I talked about the boule. I talked about the black boule, and people they're gonna look it up. They're gonna understand that shit was nothing that was good for us. It was something to divide us as a Black community. And folks, when they understand what that really was, how they came about with the WB, the boys, I call them the Dubois, and the Talented 10th, and what that really, really was, they will understand the division that was placed in the Black community, but it was sold to us as a good thing. It was sold to us, and that's a part of those elite lies that they did, because these cats that created this shit came out of the same thing, Skull and Bones, out of Yale University, secret society, and they came in and they helped with those illuminated ones to create that same kind of stuff, the boule, to divide our communities and keep most of our people underfoot. So it traveled itself into the entertainment industry, and they did the same thing over and over and over to our people. You have a lot of Black actors and actresses who have never been able to make it mainstream. We will have plenty of people to work with, because some of them have never made it into that mainstream and sacrificed themselves to that point that they may not be around after this transition. So there's going to be plenty of people to help us to do those messages, because they were done wrong too. They never were able to rise to higher levels, because them alphabet boys and the man didn't allow it to happen. I hope I haven't said too much.
No, you haven't said too much. You just encouraged me to keep going and doing what I'm doing.
Yes.
You're doing very well. Very well. But we're definitely on the same frequency. And
wonderful.
I look forward to working with all of you in the future.
Yes. I think it's going to happen. I think this is going to be the great year of breakthroughs, and that there's going to be the tools there to help us all to do the passion projects that we want to do, because we're moving into the golden era. And in the golden era, you will no longer work to live. You know, people say making a living, you know, working for a living is going to reverse, and you're not going to have to live to work anymore. You're going to do the passion projects that you want to do. And that's where we'll be, where we can do this stuff that we so love. We got to go through a little darkness first. We're going to go through not having the foods and all the different things. You already see it happening now. We got to go through a little darkness first. But when we come on the other side, we're going to come into the 1,000 years, the golden years, the 1,000 years of peace. So it's going to take us a little shift to get there. But when we get there, it's going to be good.
Sardines, hey, and pork and beans. Hey, do you know what that means? Hey, I better get y'all ass on them sardines and them tuna fish and shit. Get you a 20-pound.
We were talking about.
Hey, you better get you a 20-pound bag of rice and sit your ass down somewhere.
But have y'all noticed that when you do go to the stores now, you have to take what's on the shelf. You don't go there anymore saying, "I need specifically this." No, you go and you take whatever it is. Yes. And a lot of times it's a big bag of something that you have to get. You know, we get these life-size bags of stuff, and we used to be able to go and just get, and don't even attempt to ask nobody where something is or when something's.
Well, see, that's the benefits of coming from humble beginnings, as Michael and I, because we have a green thumb. We know how to plant a garden. We know how to fish. We can go out there with a rifle and hunt some squirrel or some rabbits, and we're gonna survive. We're gonna be all right.
You know, and we need to learn to plant. I really would love to get that green thumb.
I do. I can get it from my mama. She got into and she was doing squash and tomatoes and cucumbers and all kind of stuff at my house when she was staying here with me. So I definitely she knows how
Margo,
to something going.
Can you get medicines from her? Like the holistic old school remedies that my grandmother used to have that I was too young to retain that information.
I got some elders and stuff like that know something, and just with me, I got a couple of books here, like to do like natural stuff that I keep around. I haven't really cracked too many of them open, but it's just stuff that I know and from research. Keeping cinnamon and ginger and clove and stuff like that around to make certain tonics with some apple cider vinegar and
See, you talking about it.
Yeah.
You know what? It looks like we have doing all the other things. We've got our love struck and love stuck out tonight. I think we did a lot of. Should I do it one more time? Should I do it just one more?
Yeah, go on and show
time for everybody.
That was so sweet.
I had to share that one time for all the lovers in the land. Make sure y'all stay tuned in to Art Imitates Life live in the living room as we bring to you love, peace, and happiness.
Now you know I'm gonna put it on social media for Valentine's Day, so y'all get ready. I'll put it on social media for Valentine's Day. It's gonna be Happy Valentine's Day from Art Imitates Life, so I'm gonna need for y'all to like it, and all that.
Absolutely.
Why you sounding like Larry right now?
Cancer. And my name is Larry. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I want a woman who loves everything and everybody. Because I love everything. Ladies, if you feel like I feel.
We're going to start off with Michael because we're going to wrap it on the living room and everybody kind of talk about what you got coming up this week. So, Mike, what you got?
Man, I'm just doing I'm doing research on copyright. On copyright stuff. I know you can do a poor man's copyright that holds no legitimacy in really court, but it does serve as an infringement evidence. And then there's some free stuff out there, but in order to be protected to where you can actually take somebody to court and potentially receive financial compensation for any damages, you got to go through that system, man. So I'm working on a project. I think it's going to be, if I can get it to where I want it, I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm telling you, like I'm gonna be.
I have no doubts about it.
Fam, you gotta check your phone, man. But it's just working on some projects, man, and kind of did a little research and found out the criticality of some of the things that you need to read the fine print. I'm telling you, on a lot of the things that you signing and that you're doing, you need to read the fine print. But anyway, just working on a couple of projects, man. Still doing school. I got a paper due from now until the middle of March. Every week I got a paper due. So just school and projects, and then just trying to, educate myself on working this craft between, poetry, writing, and music. So that's it.
Okay. Stay tuned for the changes that will happen in legal and documents, because All lawyers and judges have been under the bar. You know how they take the
Right.
bar? That's the
Yeah.
British accredited registry. Watch how all of things are changing to common law, and so therefore a lot of things will alter after that time comes. They say that all of these people are going to have to be retrained. We'll see how it happens, but watch the change that happens in our laws and documents too. So stay tuned for that. All right,
Right.
Rock, what
Hey.
you got coming up? Rock stayed on the whole show the whole night.
And
Oh.
had good
not lagging
timing.
like that.
Man, no lag time at all. That's what I'm talking
Right,
about.
With
you
no
got
mic.
Rock.
Yeah, what he said.
See, look, we just be looking for a little bit of sign of progress, girl, and we can work with you. We can stay with you now. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
Rock.
like being love stuck and love struck.
It's working.
What you got? What's happening with you this week besides trying not to put people out your life?
Just trying to keep my life sane. Just
All right.
get my house back together again for the second go round.
Okay.
That's about it. And I got a couple of funerals and stuff that I got to go to this week. But other than that,
Okay.
I'm just trying to live.
All right.
Um,
Thanks for
Thank you,
tuning in the
living
whole
my
time.
life.
What's Mike singing?
Nah,
What
no,
you
she
singing?
said she trying to live. She said
Yeah,
she
I was
trying
trying to
to
see what
live.
song.
Yeah.
Nah, it's called living my life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm
what?
going to try to live the best. Like I said, I'm 55 years old. It's time for me to get out and live it.
Go get them, girl.
Yes.
There you go.
Go
There
get
you
them.
go. All
Hey.
right.
Oh, rock.
Shelton. Yeah, Rock. Shelton, what you got coming up this week?
Okay. This week, I actually started at Raritan Valley Community College as a theater major.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey, congrats.
yeah. I'm gonna take my talents to the stage. And
There
just
you
try
go.
to I just really want the degree, because the people see the degree under your belt, and then they're more inclined to work with you. And plus, I want to get the basics of acting and just perfect my craft. I'm also into I got a state job now where I am, so I'm working. I'm making good money, making good progress on myself.
Okay.
It's just all blessings, really. The universe been working with me. I'm good.
Wonderful.
I have my surgery on March 30th. I'm going in there for a rotator cuff surgery. But if I
Right.
come out of there with a missing clavicle or something, they stealing body parts and shit. You know what I mean? But
You
Yeah.
know they do.
yeah. So I just been trying to get my mind right, prepared for that, for the surgery, and just getting back on stage and really being able to bring my passion to the screen and save these generations of kids that are lost, and I mean lost.
Mhm.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
but that's what I got coming up this week. I do have a few meetings with some city officials, because I'm trying to do something with the youth around here. There's too many
Right.
gunshots and things that go on in Philly, which is right across the border. But uh, I just want to reach the youth in a different way. I used to do it with rap, but now rap music is non-existent anymore. So I want to do it with film. So
Yeah.
that's what I have
I
coming up.
gotcha. We'll
Yeah.
talk more about that film thing. All right. So
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
we
Michael.
salute you
Thank
on
you,
that.
Michael.
We salute you on that, brother. We do. And lots
Right.
coming. I'll talk about that in a minute. Margo, go. What you got going on?
A lot of decluttering in my life, in my house. I have
Uh-huh.
acquired a couple of things that I do need to start letting go of. And so a lot of organization. Um,
Mhm.
other than that, to get on top of being better to myself about my health. Um, want to get back into making sure I'm doing regular things with taking my vitamins and going getting checkups and definitely working out. So invested in a hula hoop that has these different weights and you can adjust it and just starting to really use all these different things.
Get
just
your hip rotation back going, huh?
I got a creative way. I got a creative way that I do like my stuff when I work out. I definitely do got a
I
creative
bet you
way.
do.
I try to make it fun. And definitely getting back into those simple things that make me happy.
Yeah.
Whether it's busting out being silly with my kids or just busting out dancing in my kitchen or all around my house. Just anything that makes me happy and makes me smile and keeps me motivated to keep on going. And even with work, but also got some stuff coming with my sister to start planning, like a women's retreat. So yeah.
Y'all go on here and get y'all eagle on.
All right, Miss Bridget. Thanks, Margo. Miss Bridget, what do you have coming up this week?
Well, kid stuff, of course. Trying to, I guess, connect more with them. They're going through a lot of stuff right now, so I'm having to. I'm trying to put them into therapy. I'm going real transparent right now. I have to work on putting them all into therapy. I didn't realize how much the things that we've been going through the past like 2 years have really affected them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming out more in my daughter that I found out some stuff about this week. So now I'm just having to, I guess, reset and just stop the process of a lot of stuff right now, just to focus more on them. You think as a parent that all the time that you devote to your kids is enough, and then you find out something and it's like, okay, so how did I miss that? Or when did this happen? Or something. So all the things that I've really been trying to work on, I'm really just trying to pause it, just to focus more on them, give them more of my time that they already have. Like right now, this is a blessing to just be able to sit down for a few hours and get some adult time.
Yeah.
Feeling guilty about that, but trying to
do that.
No, you need to pour into yourself. Feel guilty.
But as a parent, you're gonna always feel guilty. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Exactly.
You gotta have that me time, that she time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm realizing that I have to still set those boundaries and set aside some time for me. Trying to focus on still trying to work on my concept proposal. Just turned in paperwork for our 501c3 with Turn 'em Loose. So looking for to come in the mail. Yeah, just trying to be a mom and start fixing the broken pieces that I see that are falling through the cracks, I guess you can say.
It's gonna be a doctor of education when she finally finishes.
I'm gonna finish it.
I'm telling
you. Finish it.
I know you will.
A little bit more because what my concept proposal is on, what my dissertation is on, I'm getting more and more connected to the branches of organizations that I'm talking about, whether it's voluntary or involuntary. I'm connected. So I definitely see God's hand working. It doesn't feel good. It's painful, but I know God got me.
That's what He does.
Right.
All the time. Thanks, Bridget. Things will work out, and you go ahead and take that word try out of your vocabulary. The vocabulary, you take that word trying out of it, okay? Take that word out. And things are happening, and you'll make them happen, and God will make them happen. So take that word. All right. Okay. Same here. But you know something, y'all? And I see Veronica's looped around here, and I don't know where she is on your screen, but she's back here. She got back in line again.
She said she want to go again. She said she want another turn.
Go again. Yeah.
But gonna maintain.
All right, girl. Well, you know what, y'all? I know for me, I haven't done Soul Spotlight in a couple of weeks because I really been trying to get my weight up on this whole, I do all the 2D, 3D motion graphics for the show, and I'm changing the look and here and there of the show. And I see Michael just sent me something. I'm gonna check it out. So I really tried to, because he better work with me this week on this.
You good. See what I tell you.
Okay,
you
I'm good now.
Yeah,
Okay,
you should be.
Good.
You should be.
Okay.
We might have to have a little. Yeah. Anyway, finish your thought, girl.
Yeah, because I'm really trying to change the look, get everything up, because then I can get back to doing more Soul Spotlights. I just haven't been able to do all of that together because my client work is picked up and I'm doing that again. So the thing is, I just say this: we're getting closer to the dream. The stuff that I say is getting much closer, so we're getting more excited. So the realities of the movies and stuff like that is moving closer to moving out there and getting all that done. So I actually am preparing myself, and you know something, I'm in the manifestation mind right now.
All right.
I think about it all the time,
Name it, girl. Name it.
Yes, it's no longer just a distant thing. I'm actually fantasizing and living in it. So that's the good way for me to manifest it. So I know that all of that is coming into play right now. And so, and I'm also doing my thing, packing to move and all that, but I ain't even worried about all that. This is it all come together. It all come together. But I think that's what's happening in my world. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I have forgotten that I need to share with y'all. But we're talking the after show about the plan for the gathering, all that stuff. You know how I do? Let me roll into some social media and we come back and we say our tatas to everybody else. So here we go. We hope that you have enjoyed this episode of Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon. So be sure to like and subscribe. And also check us out on all of our other social media.
Still capping sleazy. We good on the. Oh, my bad. Hey,
see, you what?
That little beat. I was in here like.
Are you trying to do it? Oh,
yeah, I was
see, I heard you. You threw me off for a minute because I know he's I was about to hit my button to do my other thing. You know, I got to do it one more time. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you get a rap to that? Go and get you a little rap to that. I'm playing with no time.
But I can tell her, stay safe, lovebirds out there. We had our show last week, so make sure you get something sexy. You know, draw that bath, put them bubbles in it, get a cold, nice, fresh one. Nah, I'm messing with y'all, man.
Crazy. You know, so funny on my system here, because it is, struggling with, because I'm on Wi-Fi, and I don't see any of the commercial. It goes quiet, so I'm always hopeful. And I look at the other screens, making sure the whole thing plays, because I haven't seen the whole thing one single time. So I'm just looking at it each time, hoping that I can see the whole thing. But I know that it's rolling by the way that I see it on the other screens and all. So, but I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for sharing this time with us. I see Shelton dropped off, so thank you, Shelton, for being here. All of you out there, you saw the social media just now. Then you also saw the video. But if you would like to participate in the show in some form, some fashion, you like to be a guest on this show, or you want to write in comments or anything like that. Comments. We forgot about Shamika over there. Do y'all want to do comments before we leave?
You still out there, girl? You still here?
Is she still over there? Yeah. Yes, she is.
She said she was doing.
We get her in there again, yeah. And I see that Shelton hit us on the last comments there too. So anybody want to jump in those comments before we get out of here?
I think like the last one when she was like she kind of addressed Veronica. Then she said, Veronica, remember self-care isn't selfish. I'm praying for your peace and guidance on this new chapter in your life. Put God first and the rest will follow. And then she kind of came in, we were talking about men thinking women are shutting down. So she said, men think women are shutting down because we're not making the chase easy for them, which is kind of, I agree with that because I'm just like, hey, man, like she just didn't choose you. You know what I mean? Like move on. Like, you know what I mean? Then she said, congratulations, Shelton, on school. And then that's what kind of Shelton just basically said that Siri decided to not play no more. And so yeah. So yeah.
And we have altruistic Shannon. Who's altruistic Shannon? We got another orange chick from Twitch. That's right. Y'all don't see us on Twitch. I forgot. So altruistic Shannon over on Twitch. She says, unless it's Nick Cannon, I don't know what part of the story you're talking about. She says, sorry she went there. So whatever the comment was, thank you for your comment, Shannon. And then she said something she said, very profound, Tandy girl. So thank you for being over there on Twitch talking to us and everything. So we're trying to get some life on Twitch. So we thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, we got to get the Twitch so we can get them comments in there too.
Yes, we really are trying to get Twitch really going. So thank you for participating, altruistic Shannon. We appreciate you so much. And of course, to Shelton, thank you for being here. And we will see you next time. But for anybody out there who would like to be on the show or be a guest or have any comments or anything like that, make sure that you reach out to us on the social media just now, or you can hit me at info, you know that, at Tandy Girl, Tandi. Tandiland. I'm about to say Tandy Girl, Tandiland. Shut up,
give me that glass. Pass me that glass. Somebody spiked the tea on your ass.
This is just straight tire tonight. This is just straight tire. So info at Tandiland, TANDILAND.com. Or you can hit us on Gmail at tandygirl, AIL, at gmail.com. So again, I know. Make a song like that.
Yeah. Tandy Girl.
Yeah, but we all thank you for tuning in for tonight's topic. This was a Valentine show, and I hope that you were able to learn some things about how we were laying love struck out there as opposed to love stuck. And hopefully we have said something to help you in some kind of way, or at least to entertain you. And we appreciate you tuning in. So as I say out there all the time, as we end this show, good things come to those who are, what did I say? Those who believe. Better things come to those who are patient. But the best things come to those who never give up. I'm Tanya Dixon. This is the the real life living room team. I forgot tonight.
And what the hell in your cup?
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out.
I'm just tired.
Thank you for your viewership.
Yes.
This is Art Imitates Live in the living room.
Y'all understand? Sometimes after you're the whole week, you're on the computer, you're doing all this stuff back to back. Your nights are long. You're going to bed at 5 in the morning. You're getting up at 9. It's over and over. You're just tired by the time you get to the end of the week. And that's all it is. It's just me.
It be times I'll be up. And then you see the little notification. Hey, what you doing? I'm working on a project. You be like, hey, you got answers to this question. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yep. So you know what it's like, Mike. So yeah. But again, I'll say it one more time. Maybe I can get it out this time. Good things come to those who believe, better things come to those who are patient. But the best things come to those who never give up. I'm Tanya Dixon. This is the Living Room Team here on AIL, and we'll see you next time on Art Imitates Lives. Hey. You know what? I guess I better get back over here so I can play the closing. See, I was in comments because at the last minute, I saw some more comments. It's a long night, y'all. Long week, y'all. Y'all go to bed. See you.